Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to the opening call, your one-stop shop for top-notch, up-to-date market analysis and know-how featuring real traders with fake backgrounds, sitting in real living rooms across 3 time zones. Eddie's out this week, so I'm Nick Cage, and he's a stolen copy of the original U.S. Constitution. Hogue, what's up?
Good morning, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the opening call. Monday, November the 20th. It's Thanksgiving week this week, Jack.
Gobble, gobble, Hogue.
Gobble, gobble. Well, the hits keep coming here. I mean, we got some big things. We got Thomas Becker today for our Power Players segment. Eddie is out this week, getting some well-deserved R&R, as you know. Early closes for the markets on Thursday and Friday at 12 o'clock. As a matter of fact, the New York Stock Exchange isn't even going to bother to open on Thursday. Take some time and make sure you give thanks for all of the gifts that we've been given.
Indeed. What are you thankful for, Hogue?
Well, I'm thankful for a lot of things, starting at the top, my faith, my family, and my friends, and futures markets. I'm starting with all Fs.
Yeah, and then at the bottom is the Chicago Bears, who lost a 12-point lead with 3 minutes left yesterday. That hurt.
That was painful. That was painful to watch.
Then I went and saw the Blackhawks lose last night, but I still have, Hogue, 100 split the pot raffle tickets I got to sort through today. So I'm hoping there's a winner in there.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? That would make the holidays nice, huh?
Yeah, would turn things around. Thanks everybody out there for watching. Oh, Lions, baby. Lame. But the charts wait for no one, Thanksgiving or not, Hogue. So what do you say we get into this?
Yeah, sure. Well, as far as like the economic numbers this week, today we've got misleading indicators at 9 o'clock Central. One of the talking Feds barking will be barking at 11 tomorrow. Existing home sales, and because of the holiday, they're doing the FOMC meeting minutes released tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. That's usually a Wednesday event. On Wednesday, we have durable goods, jobless clams, which is usually on Thursday. Consumer sentiment, 9:30, the EIA crude inventories, 11 o'clock, the EI natural gas. Of course, Thursday, nothing will be coming out. Take the day and give thanks to everything that we have been given. And then Friday, we have the 8:45 PMI composite flash, the preliminary number. Noon, the New York Stock Exchange will close on Thursday. CME markets will close at noon on Thursday and Friday. Like I said, the New York Stock Exchange won't even open on Thursday, Thanksgiving Day. And we've got an OPEC meeting this weekend. So really, that's just a look at the economic numbers due out this week.
Perfect.
All right.
Have you been following, by the way, this real life version of The Office going on with OpenAI and Microsoft?
I have not, no.
This is too good. They fired their CEO, but didn't tell Microsoft on Friday. So this weekend has been off the chain, so to speak. As of today, the CEO of Twitch is the interim in charge of OpenAI, but Microsoft hired Sam Altman back today. So I don't know if AI could do that. So we will see what happens there, but this is the story that just keeps on giving.
Yeah.
One of the board members is married to Joseph Gordon-Levitt, the actor.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Learn something new every day.
Yes, you do. Yeah, we do. Well, I guess speaking of learning something new, let's check out these charts.
Let's do it to it.
All right. So as usual on Mondays, I kind of start a little bit further out. This is the weekly chart for the S&Ps. And as we all know, we've had a pretty much straight up 3 weeks in a row. Strong upside move. Obviously, take a look at the daily now. What is it telling us? Well, we see our 3-week strong upside move. But at the end of last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it really started to fall into balance. This market is looking for new information. The holiday week, even though the Thanksgiving is not until Thursday, you can probably expect some lower volumes, some lower participation, and some thinner liquidity this week, as a lot of major players are probably keeping one eye on the markets, but trying to take a little bit of time off this week. So just kind of keep that in mind. The market has had an area of balance, a directional move last Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, falling into balance, falling into a range-bound type of situation. Market is seeking new information. If you saw on our weekly kickoff email, our awesome weekly kickoff email, there was a CTA investment that we haven't seen since, well, let's say about 3, 6, 7, 8 years last week. So we finally see some longer time frame traders actually buying into this move to the upside. Now, when we look at last week, we're looking at a P-shaped formation. If we were to take all of the activity last week and put it into a profile, it's a big long spike, and then the market just kind of settled up here. Now, that's usually going to be indicative of short covering. Short covering without the benefit of new business usually takes buying power away from the marketplace, because those people that were stuck short had to get out. That's initiative business. Now with the idea that some, was it 90 I forget the number, but a large number of CTAs are now heavily invested on the long side here in the S&Ps. They're
And
always
just
hedged.
FYI, Hogue, someone was asking there, what is a CTA? It's a commodities trading advisor, correct?
There you go. Yep, you got it. Thank you. So we're, did we see a whole bunch of open interest increase last week? A little bit, nothing tremendous, of course. But that can be part of the function of shorts covering, liquidating positions, and new positions taking over those positions. And if those are longer time frame traders, it's important to kind of know that. Are we getting too long up here to continue this move to the upside? The market is looking for new information. That's when it falls into balance after a big move like that. It's saying, what do we do now? And of course, we know we've got the FOMC minutes coming out tomorrow. Also, there's no major earnings today. Tomorrow we have Lowe's, Best Buy, Dick's Sporting Goods, Kohl's, some more retail stuff coming out. But at the end of the day yesterday, Nvidia is due out. So tomorrow looks like it might be a little bit more of a volatile day than maybe we would be expecting today. Of course, anything can happen. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So, all right. What are we looking at today? Well, we got our equities holding maybe a little bit above settlement price here. Not seeing any real major overnight inventory here. The thing that we're seeing in the S&Ps here, we got an overnight recent high. This recent high occurred in the extended trading hours. The recent high on Friday also happened during extended trading hours. The market doesn't necessarily like to leave those. It's probably, there's a good probability that the market is going to recheck those levels during regular trading hour session. But when we look at the last 1, 2, 3, now 4 days, it's largely range bound. So I'm kind of putting last week's high, maybe let's call it 45.40. 45.41 is the upper extreme of the area of balance. And then down here, we're looking at about 4,500 for the lower extreme of balance. So we've got balance rules applying. In other words, we're looking to fade the extremes. If there is a breakout out of this current short time frame range that brings new business, that there's good participation, we accept outside of this balance, and we're going to go with those changes, that change in potential market state. So basically, the S&Ps, the NASDAQ are opening the week here in balance from a setup area of balance from last week. So again, the kind of upper end of that, 45.41, that's last week's high, relatively close to it. And then we've got the lower extreme here down around 4,500. Now, here's the P shape from last week. Okay, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday and Tuesday directional. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday balance. P shape, short covering. Short covering takes buying power away from the marketplace. But with the information that we have about the CTAs adding new longs up there, it did bring new business up here. So again, my focus will be on the extremes overall if we get the opportunities near those extremes. And since we are overnight inventory free and inside the range from yesterday, I'll really try and stay patient this morning. And we'll see if we get an opportunity to take the opening range trade here on at the beginning of fast markets. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is largely the same. 3 big up weeks. All right, we know that. How about the daily? Same situation. We got a big up week, Monday and Tuesday, falling into balance. So balance rules apply. Balance to breakout rules apply. Where is that balance? Well, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We are inside that area of balance. What did I do here?
Zooming all over the place.
I know, right? It's crazy. All right, now I've got it. So what's our extreme? Well, overnight recent high. Markets don't like that. The upper extreme of this area of balance, I'm calling more like, let's call it 16,000 on the upside, and to this gap on the downside, let's call it, well, I got it 15,800. So a 200-point range that we've been in since basically Wednesday. Let's call it Wednesday and Thursday. Overnight inventory, well, maybe getting a little bit long here, but still opening in range outside of value, and that offers some possible opportunities. But again, my focus for the bigger opportunities will be on the extremes of the current area of balance. Again, 16,000 and 15,800 short time frame range, short time frame levels more likely to be respected. So we're kind of looking at, value low from Friday, value high from Tuesday or Wednesday. I think this was Wednesday. You just kind of keep an eye on those levels, let the market show some structure up against those levels, and then use those levels to limit your risk. That value high from Wednesday, right around 15,950, getting pretty close to that 16,000 level on the downside. The value low from Friday is down here around 15,840 level. So there's a couple of ideas for possible opportunities. Again, I'm only using those levels to limit risk. I'm kind of assuming that any trade I take is going to be a loss. Anything aside from that is a win, right? So let's take a look at, yes.
Uh-oh, I'm being invaded in here.
Uh-oh.
Just small child running around.
Uh-oh.
Hi, babe.
Hey, Lucas. All right. So here's crude oil. 4 straight weeks to the downside. 4 straight weeks to the downside. Well, we know OPEC is meeting. They're probably going to be discussing the idea of further reducing production cuts. What's that doing for us this week? Here's the daily chart. So when we look at Thursday to Friday, it's looking mysteriously like a bullish piercing pattern if you watch the candlestick patterns at all. So this is a reversal pattern. It seems to be reversing still yet today, with price moving higher, with the advent of the knowledge that OPEC is meeting over the weekend and probably going to further reduce production cuts to firm up the price of crude oil. Potential balance extremes are set. We're looking really at last week's high and last week's low, 72.37 to the downside, 79.65 to the upside. We got weekly kickoff levels, which are levels that we're kind of looking for longer time frame participation to get into the marketplace. We're pretty much past rollover. We lost 42,000 in open interest on Friday alone. All of that was the December contract. A lot of liquidation in the December contract, which expires this week. Don't forget, you should be trading the September contract month. F is the contract letter for the January contract. So here's the daily, and take a look at the 30. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. We've got a gap from the regular trading hour session on Friday to where we are now. Overnight inventory didn't bring in new business. It looks like we've got some overnight inventory longs already liquidating some of those longs, and this could end up being kind of a textbook overnight inventory adjustment, which could bring price right back to close the gap, which might offer us some decent opportunity, as value high from Friday is right there, 76.22. We got settlement at 76.04. I'm kind of looking at that as a potential target-rich environment if the market gets there. If we can't close the gap relatively early, the market has a probability of continuing this move to the upside. It's got a couple of visuals to seek up there. We've got the naked point of control up here, 79, 28, 27, 26. Everything is a zone, remember. And we've also got that weekly kickoff level there at 79.10. And take a look here real quickly at...
Oh, quick question before you get to gold.
Yes.
Going back to the equities before there was all the commotion going on in this room. So with it being a holiday week and the markets being closed later, maybe a little less volume, does that change the way that you look at, say, the gap from CPI last week?
Well, let's take a look at that. So the gap from CPI last week, it's a really good question. This is like the post of the P shape, right? I'm really kind of looking for the market to hold the range that was set last week. Basically, the market began to range even on Tuesday after that CPI number came out above 4,500, tested down to 4,500 again down here. So we've got some pretty solid extremes. Now, if we start taking out these single TPOs where we drove when we opened on Tuesday, and not to mention this huge gap, day session gap, if we get into this, I was kind of looking for a move back down to this level last week, and if we get into this gap, I think that there's a lot of space, a lot of vacuum down there, and it's that vacuum could be even a greater vacuum with lower participation this week because of the holiday. I think that could create a pretty volatile situation if we do manage to get into and through that gap. A lot of space, low liquidity that could bring forth a decent quick move, if you will.
Oh yeah, reminds me, what was it? December 2018. Everyone's talking about the Santa rally, but there was that huge sell-off. I think, what was it, like on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve or something like that? So it can happen, especially if there's no liquidity in there.
Oh yeah, anything can happen, right?
Anything can. So.
I remember that. I was like, oh my God, what did they do to the market?
Yeah.
The Grinch came.
The Grinch came and loaded up the sleigh and threw it up a mountain.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. Well, let's take a quick look here through gold, and we'll be all set up for the trading day today in fast market. So here is the weekly in gold. A V bottom here, forming range bound activity. Basically, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low, last week's high, last week's low are the real bigger time frame opportunities that I'm going to be looking at. I'm viewing gold as short time frame controlled. We had 1,100 increase in open interest on Friday off that low. It wasn't a tremendous thing. It wasn't great volume or anything. The market just seems to be ping-ponging back and forth between two known levels, the extremes of the current area of balance. Here's the daily. So balance low, balance high, balance low, balance high, just kind of ping-ponging back and forth between two relatively known levels of extreme. We're right in the middle of it today, right in the middle of the balance area in short time frame control. Short time frame control means shorter time frame levels are likely to be respected unless there's some sort of major change that occurs. We all know that there's a lot of uncertainty out there. We're keeping an ear and eye on that. Doesn't seem to be really affecting the equities that much. So almost like an inside week last week on that weekly chart, relatively close to an inside week, but for all intents and purposes, it's an inside week. Take a look at the daily here now. So yeah, again, just kind of ping-ponging back and forth between a couple of relatively known extremes. And again, short time frame control means that we're going to be looking for short time frame levels likely to be respected and at some point. Overnight inventory we've got is pretty deep to the short side here. We've got some visual targets. We've got a naked point of control from back here on Wednesday that remains unchecked in regular trading hours. It tested down to it in the overnight session here on Thursday, but then continued its push to the upside. We closed this gap on Thursday, tested above, came off. So really, I'm looking for this market to kind of give me some opportunities at levels that are kind of far away from us. The weekly kickoff high, last week's low, weekly kickoff low. Those are the bigger opportunities. Overnight inventory is short. We start to build some structure. We could certainly come down and take out this naked point of control, but I'll be looking for structure to see the overnight inventory get a little too short at some point and give us an opportunity in the opposite direction. But do I know that's going to happen? I do not. So I got to make sure that I'm using structure, whether it's structure that's being created in the daytime frame today or structure in the past. Excess low here, excess low here, excess low here, somewhere down here, we may build some structure to give us a move in the opposite direction. Right now the market is moving lower. I don't want to step in front of this, but I certainly don't think that it's being created by longer time frame traders. It might be. I mean, we're kind of in an area where we're kind of expecting shorter time frame traders to be in control here. We're pretty far away from weekly kickoff levels, which are actually pretty tight this week in gold. So we're going to be patient. We're going to look for opportunities as the market sets up structure for us to lean on. So take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Looking forward to having a fun trading day today. We've got MP, we've got Andre, we've got Deanna, we've got our power player, Thomas Becker today, and I'll be doing group coaching at the end of the day. So we're going to have a lot of fun today.
We should be. And for those asking about the quiz, I'm still waiting on this code. I got to go check up on that. But I'll announce it during group coaching, the winners from Friday and the winners from today. When that's time, Bonnie's on with me today. Should be fun. Thanks for letting me stop by here. Are you going to sling any gold this week with Eddie out?
I probably will not. I'm like I said, gold is in an area of kind of sit and watch for me, but doesn't mean there may not be opportunities for you there or anybody else.
Yeah, sit and watch, just like I get to do for most of this charts in the morning. So it was a pleasure to see you do it, Hogue. And
thank you.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we'll be right back after this quick coffee break and doing some fast markets. We'll see you then.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. My name's John Hoagland, and we have MP Michael Patak. We have Deanna. We have Andre. We're all here. We're ready to go. It is a holiday week, but the hits keep on coming here, man. The hits keep on coming.
They do. They do. How's everybody's weekend? Good morning to everybody in the chat room, too.
Good morning, everybody.
We don't have Eddie's off to the races, horses in the corral, or whatever he plays. There you go. There you go, Deanna. Oh, yeah, right on.
We have Deanna, though.
Yeah, we do have Deanna. She's a musician. She can come up with it. Okay, cool. So
we got 1 minute to the open. Right?
Let's crush it.
To the open. How was the opening? How was the opening call today? What big things can you share with me in the NASDAQ, Deanna? I know folks here like to hear what you got to say about crude.
Yeah, right. Crude oil is in an area of daily supply, so we have to be a little bit careful with further longs. And that's why if I am going to go long, I want to have a really, really good trade location, which means value high potentially, which is currently located at 76.18. That's the previous session value area. But I'm going to try to get a short in somewhere towards that area, if the market can give me a good signal. So I think shorts at this level would be a little bit more logical, but obviously I stay open to the both sides of the story and to stay objective, see what the profile is doing.
Yeah, you've got some pretty deep overnight inventory that's long, so we're already coming off that high.
Yeah, so this is why it's kind of unlikely to see further upside unless the gap was even bigger than this. And this gap, I mean, it's big, but it's still kind of within reason. I wouldn't call this a reprice. I would just say that this is more a pullback from that huge jump off the cliff that we did on Thursday. And then Friday did that nice trending day upside. So now I would expect to see a little bit of a correction before they do anything else. That's my first plan. And if they do take it higher, we need to be mindful of that supply area, which is around the round number of 78. I also have the average daily range exhaustion high point at 78.30, so that could pose a problem. So yeah, those are some levels that I'm looking at today as my orientation points.
All right,
cool. The NASDAQ's coming out of the gate firing on
ripping higher.
Ripping higher. I got short way too early.
Opening range is low of the session, Michael.
Yeah, I know.
Be careful with shorts.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
We're really in an area of balance here in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. As far as the extremes of that, I'm looking at 16,000 as the upper extreme, and then 15,800 as the lower extreme. We're right in the middle of it. So, I'm not doing the opening range trade in the S&P as it opened in value. So probably going to look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Although both the markets, the S&P and the NASDAQ, have left the opening range at the low of the session. So right now I would only be really kind of looking for longs, but I don't like the location. It's the high from Friday. The market. I mean, when we're looking at this, Michael, we're looking at a recent high that occurred in the overnight session. The market doesn't like this. It likes to put in recent highs and lows in the regular trading hour session. And then look at the S&Ps here. You got a weak high here that we tested and put in another weak high in the overnight. So both of these highs are an overnight trade. So the market is likely at some point to target those in regular trading hours. So, I'm kind of looking at buying pullbacks.
Yeah.
Because the opening range is the low.
Both NASDAQ and ES are in its respective supply areas too. ES is actually consolidated a lot more than NASDAQ. So NASDAQ still looks stronger in that regard. But anytime something kind of stops around the supply, there's always a danger that you're going to get that liquidation move to the downside. So we have to be obviously a little bit careful of that. But currently NASDAQ is just shooting upside. So having said that, both of those markets are inside value, which means we could have another quieter day, even though the initial bounce looks pretty lively. Sometimes a quick move for the initial balance means that we're going to have a really boring rest of the session.
Oh, no.
But it's Monday. Let's see what happens.
Monday of a holiday week.
And we have a holiday week. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I came out of the gate. I was looking to get short up there at the 20s. I saw a high volume node from what was it? I have it on my 30-minute. It was 20s, 43s, 943s, 43s.
Yeah, I see that as well. The only worry that I have there is that high volume node was made in the overnight session. Those tend to be a little bit less reliable than the ones made in the active session.
Yeah, 100%.
Agree.
So out of the gate, I am down a bit. Okay, cool. Yeah, out of the gate, it came out firing. Rally, wow. I mean, I was looking at this, you were talking about crude oils right at right on the settlement. It's going to be a quiet day. Next thing, 40 handles higher, like that, 40, 50 handles.
Guns blazing on a Monday.
Settlement is also lower down, right next to that value area high, which again increases its magnetic pull. So we'll see if we can get there.
You talking crude now?
Crude oil.
Okay.
Yes, right,
Let me put it up. Yeah. So, that value high from Friday, right by settlement, overnight inventory long, already kind of reconciling that overnight inventory.
And also average daily range low exhaustion point right at 76. So a whole bunch of stuff going on there. It should be of interest to the market participants.
And you've got the 200 session on the 30. You got the 50 session on the 30, all right in that area. Kind of a target-rich environment, wouldn't you say?
Very much so. Yeah, if I could just get an entry, that would be nice. Crude oil likes to go up and down for the initial balance on most days. So again, I'm going to play probabilities. If I see something super obvious, maybe if we creep back up to 77, 74, that could be my short entry. But I don't really like this area here. It's kind of middle of nowhere.
Yeah, this is.
Longs are growing in the tilt, by the way.
I'm going to.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm liking it from. I'm biased right now. I'm stupid. I'm getting biased to just being long. But tilt's heavy on the long side now, so you got longs that are they're all getting paid right now. They've been getting paid on the way up. This rally
entry in 951. 951 in the NASDAQ. They're
imbalance on the left field.
Yeah, they're okay. Yeah. Trade location 951 is their average price. So right now they're getting paid.
Yes, they are. I think equities go for the fourth week in a row up. So I don't know, John, if we can be bears anymore for much longer.
Well, whenever I say that,
they shook it out of us.
The high is in.
Yeah.
Hey, Loki, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, man, I got to be patient. What? Stupid. Monday, coming out of the gates. Flight got canceled. I'm not even supposed to be here right now.
That's that line from, was it Clerks? I'm not even supposed to be here today.
I'm not even supposed to be here today. No, I'm supposed to be on a flight. It's like dumping right now. Last night. It's been for the last 48 hours.
I was reading a study over the weekend. Yeah, I know, I'm a riot. Yeah. It's about self-control and how self-control is actually an exhaustive resource, meaning that you can actually exhaust the level of self-control as the day goes by. So obviously not with everybody, because some people have natural self-discipline that can be maintained over a ridiculously long period of time.
Yeah, not me.
Come on, who?
I would agree. Yeah, that's definitely true. Who's still patient at 2 p.m. as they are as patient there at like 9 a.m.?
Exactly. And this is another reason why I say to people, just limit your screen time, man. You can't be trading for 12 hours because it's not going to work. Like, it doesn't work for me, and I have a pretty strong self-discipline. If I'm going to trade through 2 sessions, I first do the morning session for about a couple of hours, and then I have a big break for about 4 to 6 hours before I sit to actually trade again. If I try and trade through 12 hours, I do stupid things as well. I do Muppet trades. It's like terrible.
Muppets.
So I agree with that wholeheartedly. I don't like coming out of the gate, and who else said this in here? A few other folks talked about coming out of the gate getting punched. All right, guys, some of you that have been trading out of the gate,
Mike Tyson style,
have been getting it hit the other way. You ever played Mike Tyson's punch? What was that game?
No, everyone's got a game plan until they get punched in the face. Was his quote?
Right,
That's kind of what happened.
Yeah. So really quick, John, can you jump over to I'm on the daily right now.
Sure. Here's the daily.
Here's your consolidation from last week. A bit.
Yes, it was.
I mean, out of the gate. This is all out of the gate stuff right now. This is all out of the gate. Because it was literally down here. That's why I came in today. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a slow week right away. I'm like, oh, okay, driving in, snowy, all packed up last night. Flight got canceled. Blah blah blah. Back at home. Now I'm like, okay, I'm coming to the office. Now I'm here. I'm wearing slippers still.
I want to start.
My eyes are blurry, and it's just like looking out here. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be a quiet day. It's gonna be chill, and it's already up on this daily. So you're like, wow. Especially off of Wednesday.
It could still be a quiet day.
It could still be a quiet day.
Times when the initial balance is massive, and then for the entire session it does absolutely nothing. And actually, equities have this really annoying thing that they've been doing since COVID, where they're quite active for the initial balance, but in a little bit of a random way.
Yeah.
It's probably because of HFTs. They've completely taken over, and I think that's brought more liquidity and more randomness into the initial balance period. So, even if you have a very large initial balance and it looks great, equities then proceed to consolidate for like 3-4 hours, all the way through to after New York lunchtime, and then they pick up again. And it's like, really? But this is why I'm not such a huge fan of trading ES for this time of day. I know Hogue is a core ES trader. I was never a core ES trader. For me, it's always been for the product for the end of the session when we get another pickup in volume. But the amount of times that I got stuck in a trade, like Friday, I did that long from the value high. Do you know how long I waited? I waited for like 4 hours for it to actually move.
Wow.
To get like 36 ticks, like 4 hours.
Right.
I'm usually in trades for about maybe a couple of hours, but most of the time like 40 minutes.
That'd be short, Naz.
Yeah, Bad Tuna just said it. Yeah, it was Mike Tyson's Punch Out. We got to get that. When Eddie gets back, we got to get that song or whatever. When he gets stopped out, you know what he'd do? The yell dun, 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 and then knock you out.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that game was a blast.
With Liam Neeson, I will find your stop.
It's still the day. That was incredible. Man. One lot trading right out of the gate, and you can put yourself in a hole that quickly. That's how it is. The patience that Deanna just talked about. Everybody in here was just talking about it. You got to have that. If you don't have that it gets very costly. Imagine somebody in their own personal brokerage account right now having a tough year. It's Thanksgiving week here in the States, and they just took another one on the chin right now. I mean, this is
Yeah, psychologically, it's so difficult. Like people go, oh, you only need 30% to be profitable. Yeah, if you're position trading, not intraday, like nobody can sit there and get smacked on the face like over and over and over, day after day after day. Like, everybody's going to get a bit depressed, right? So that's why in intraday, we all try to strive for more accuracy. Not like crazy accuracy, because you don't need crazy accuracy, but at least like 56% of the time, that would be like a good median value to aim for.
Right. Okay, so now
who's taking another leg higher?
Yup.
Shorts are getting run through.
We still have the high from last week in NASDAQ, though. So if we can take that out, then
we're targeting 16,000, correct?
Yeah, I mean that's where the candle bodies end up there.
Yep.
yeah. I've got the average daily range high exhaustion point in NASDAQ around 16017, 18.
So you got 16,000, big fat round number, 16,017s. There's the 20s that traced by Matt was always like 80
right.
20s. And I agree with that in the NASDAQ. Is there anything else? I was playing the volume node spikes on the way up and thinking that it was just one of those like little flash pan rallies, which clearly it's not.
Well, I mean, what could happen, talking about high volume nodes, you could have the market retest the high volume node at 1.5. Oh God, I can't say anything. Hold on. 1.5. Let me get this.
Power slap trade.
15925. So that would be the some area of interest when it comes to high volume nodes.
I think that's exactly where my damage started.
Yeah. So
yeah, it is. Yeah,
one too longs, and when we get there, go long.
look at my open orders. My first one started 922. There was a volume node that I was looking to play, and then now, then got busted out at 42s. Covered that one, yeah, and then just stayed long. Busted out, stayed long. Or sorry,
you're long?
No.
Oh.
Short. Cover. Short, cover. Short, cover. And then this is the sign of a stupid trader when you do that many times, and then you have to look down at your P&L, and that goes, oh, hold on, slow down.
Yeah, and then people want to trade with 4, 5, 10 lots. It's like, do you know how much of a hole can you dig yourself in?
Oh my God! If I had anything over a 2 lot, holding both of those two, I didn't hold them to their stop, and I'm already down 1,000. I would be down $3,000 today on a 2 lot easily. That's called. What is it? Account management, risk management, self-management.
Our patience and discipline was so good on Friday, too. Like Deanna said, it wears off with time, it dissipates, and here we are on Monday. Looking to trade it up.
All right, so when it does this little pullback right now, I do kind of like, okay, if it's going to rip higher all day, stay directional. We always talked about this, like, hey, why don't you guys tell a strategy? Well, there's 3 of them. How about that? There's an uptrend, downtrend, and a sideways. So right now, if you're thinking it's going to trend up all day long, then you would be thinking on pullbacks, and that's what you guys were just talking about earlier.
Low volume nodes.
On low volume nodes or high volume? See, here's a high volume. When it come down and touch this higher volume node?
Well, see, here's
or the edge.
If you want to put my screen on, I can show you. This is regular trading hour session only. This is your opening range in the NASDAQ. Got a low volume node right here at 956. So I'm looking for the market to hold that low volume node as support. So anywhere in this volume shoulder where it goes from high volume to that low volume node is your entry. Your stop's on the other side of it somewhere. But you got another high volume node below that, 15942, and there's very low volume below that. So the market really did dig out from that opening range trade. There wasn't a lot of volume there. It is now accumulating volume here. So as the market approaches the low volume node, that's your entry. I call them shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
As it approaches low volume node, there's your entry. I love that. Okay, cool. And I like the shoulders too, because in that it kind of will suck itself back up in the higher volume areas, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. It's already showed, through low volume that it's rejected this level.
Yep.
So now we just got down there, and it's already, here it is again.
Hey, is there any, just really quick while we're talking, we're only 15 minutes in, is there anything coming out?
Yeah, we have misleading indicators at 9:00.
I love when you call that.
And we have barking at 11.
Barking.
God, we got to get like little sound bites or gifs for these.
Like a dog barking or something like that.
No, it's too clever, Andre. Wow.
We can get Lacey to bark a couple of
There
times.
you go.
There you go.
Is that clever enough for you?
Yeah, clever enough. Yeah, John just came up with something way better than that, Andre.
8 of mine.
Same, but different.
Oh yeah, Deanna's got 8 of them. We can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I have to mute my mic because it's so loud. Somebody knocked on the door and they're like,
What would get your whole crew to start barking right now?
well,
Doorbell.
just a knock on the door, man.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes, huh?
Breaks loose. Yeah.
We do it
I
from
have
a heart.
headphones for a good reason.
Yeah, I got Simply Safe, like an app that watches my security. You got like 8 dogs that just
Yeah, nobody
are
dares.
looking. I mean, yeah, nobody.
I'm short crude oil from 77.66.
All right, there you go.
Go.
I don't know
All
what's
right,
happening.
so Tilt hasn't been too tilty. Actually,
What's
it has.
Tilt?
Tilt's
What's
been
Tilt like?
paying. Tilt has been paying, guys. Just today, Tilt has been paying the majority. So just something to think about when we talk about Tilt. Like, well, it's supposed to work all the time, isn't it? No.
No.
What's supposed to work all the time? Just getting information. is what-
Context.
Exactly.
You're tilting the gold pretty heavy long off this low overnight inventory. Looking for an adjustment.
Hey guys, we want you guys to do us a favor. Get your buddies, friends, loved ones, significant others, somebody you hate into the market.
Ooh.
And have them join us. Have them join us after the holidays. Tell everybody about us on the holidays when you're back there, taking time off. Well, here in the States, you do. Yeah, and get the subscriber count up. Put those push notifications on, so then we're all starting at the same time. Because when after Thanksgiving hits, December is usually a fairly good trade for the next couple weeks, and then it goes quiet. But we're going to come out of the guns a-blazing in 2024. Not guns a-blazing, but like nice, steady, and strong together. And we're trying to get a good group of traders to keep like snowballing here. And I know there's a good core here. So if you can start asking other folks, birds of a feather, flock together, trade together.
Wow.
That would be awesome. So also hit the like button if you guys want to.
Like, subscribe, and sound off in the comments.
Yeah, hit that lucky like button. Remember, it is lucky.
Been lucky.
The lucky like button.
Don, if like the regulators come back to us someday and say, dude, you've been saying this button's lucky the whole time. We got like 9,000 complaints of people saying they haven't made a dime after pressing that like button. Come on. We're joking when we say lucky.
Yeah.
It possibly could help, possibly could hurt.
It's not going to make a difference either way.
I'm not saying it's lucky to the upside or lucky to the downside. We're just saying it's lucky.
There was whatever works, right? There was a guy in one of the prop firms where I worked at, and he always had like a pair of red shoes under his desk, and it was an office, So I was like, what's that all about?
What would he click them like Dorothy or something?
I didn't dare ask until I was there for a good 7 months, and then one day we're kind of like having beer Fridays. That was the thing. And everybody's got drinking and stuff. So I said to him, so what's the deal with the shoes, man? And he goes, oh, those are my lucky Wonder Woman shoes.
Really?
I was like,
This guy must be a fan of Paul Tudor Jones, who famously had Bruce Willis's gym shoes underneath his desk. And
come on.
Is that true?
In the documentary Trader, at one point, PTJ whips out a box, like the market's in his face. He's like, these are Bruce Willis's gym shoes, and puts them on. And he wanted that
never
scrubbed.
wore them though. He never wore them. He just held them underneath the desk. So I did ask. I was like, well, how does it work? And he was just, no, they just need to be in close proximity. Okay.
Friend of my dad's made millions in soybean meal pet, and I'm in his office one day, and he's got this lamp that's made of bronzed shoes. I'm like, what's the story with the lamp? He says, those are my shoes. He made so much money in them, he bronzed them.
Wow.
Oh, come on.
He bronzed them.
That's pretty cool. Hey, 71%, 72% long in the biased in the NASDAQ. Something to look at. They have been getting paid, and they're getting paid right now.
Yes, they are.
We have a 30-minute supply from Friday on NASDAQ coming up at 15987.
75% now, Michael.
It's 52% on the S&Ps. Is that what you got? Very, very different.
Yes.
So you got like a long, you got NASDAQ folks really getting long, but you got really no of the same, they moved together, S&P and NASDAQ.
They do, but NASDAQ's been leading for the most part.
NASDAQ's been leading for the most part. You got S&P's
Last
already on
couple
the high.
Yeah.
And then you got traders thinking it's going to continue the run.
I just threw out my last pair of floor shoes. You want to see them?
No. I'm bummed about those. Yeah.
know.
Throw them.
They're like platforms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're bad. I mean, there should have been in the Topstep Museum, which we have a trophy room in there.
Here they are.
Second floor.
I call them Gene Simmons workout shoes.
Nice.
There you go. See?
Wow.
Picked up 4 inches right there.
Yep. Yeah, I was 4 inches taller in these shoes.
Yeah, I always wear heels because it's so short. So I need all the help.
NASDAQ, 77%.
Oh, nothing, Andre. Nothing. Locker room jokes. I could have gone on that one for days.
No, I think about the snow.
That low volume node was a good spot.
Yeah.
It was a good spot. We were just talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were saying, hey, if you're looking to buy, you want a strategy for today, you can buy pullbacks. And if you think this is going to continue, this is a good area. So, but if you're down $1,000 already out of the gate, like I am, you get a little gun shy. Man, this is getting really heavy long.
Yeah, it is.
80%. It's tilty.
Stick to the strategy then.
Yeah.
Are we shorting it?
I just did.
Sure, he's looking to. Yeah. NASDAQ finally started to build some bias upside.
So getting up near that 16,000 level.
I know, right up here. If it touches it, I'm getting short.
We'll be testing it at some point this week.
I'll get in a little early.
Where the candle bodies end.
Sounds like a song.
Yeah, right?
We should write a song about the market.
Place where the candle bodies end.
NASDAQ definitely leading. S&Ps just cannot keep up with the NASDAQ.
Well, it's not that they can't keep up. It's a thicker market, so it's more
That's
difficult to move it. So obviously NASDAQ is just up and down, up and down.
Mm-hmm.
God bless it, Michael.
I stopped watching NASDAQ ladder because it just makes me.
It's very odd. It's crazy.
Oh, it's a great fishing lure for me. I buy it at everything.
Squirrel.
The one day I choose not to do the opening range trade because the market opens in value from Friday, and here it is. There it goes.
Well, I mean, if it rejects value, that
Yes.
tells us another piece of information. You don't have to always just have one trade location. You can have multiple scenarios, alternative scenarios. I don't like to limit myself. Oh, they're barking again. I don't like to limit myself to just like one signal because then if you miss it, then it's like, well,
Then you're dead.
yeah. So I like to have like alternate areas and scenarios how I can actually get into that. But obviously that's only if it's a pretty obvious setup. I'm not going to just randomly jump in if I don't see anything that I can rationalize properly. Like for example, right now in crude oil, we opened up above value. I know that we have areas of interest further down. Not that that guarantees anything, but it increases the probabilities of shorts. We also have that fixed daily range, which we kind of overshot a bit during London, and now we're kind of coming off from that area. That can sometimes mean that the price will go to value first before anything else happens. And then we tested the bearish engulfing on a 30-minute chart because I do use patterns in conjunction with the profile. I think a lot of people do that. So we tested the supply from the open on a 30-minute chart, and that's why I'm in this trade. So to me, that's pretty obvious. So now what I'm looking for, I would like this to stay below my entry first and foremost, because that's where the supply is. So in 4 minutes time, I would like to see the market stay below 77.60 ideally. And then I also want to see an extension of the initial balance lower towards that value area that I mentioned earlier.
Big fat round number, 16,000.
I love round numbers. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos. They're like, "You talk a lot about round numbers. Are you a numerologist?" More a data scientist, but yeah.
It's a big fat random number like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Everybody's seeing it, thinking it.
Do you know what? I think it's because the algorithms generally won't go for like a weird number for their targets, so they will naturally gravitate towards the round numbers, which is why they work. Not all the time it's going to be, the context has to be right and everything, but there's definitely something to be said if you are shorting just at the round number. That's just about okay. But if your stop loss is just at the round number, that's just asking for it.
Yep.
Weak position to me. So I always try to, whenever I can, to move my stops so that they are away from the round number within reason, obviously.
Very good advice.
And it definitely helped.
Yeah, I got short up there, but then I got out. I got short of like 93s. 92s.
It was good.
No, I got short of 4 lot, 91s, 92s. Then I got scared, 91s, cover, and then I picked up 10 handles each. So,
all right, chipping away.
Is that
AKA picking tops.
Yep, you are. Yeah, you are.
Hey, picking tops can be a very good choice if you know where to pick them.
No, Deanna, come on, that's the easy answer.
You got to be able to limit the risk.
Well, because I've done it.
Yeah, I did
quite a few times. It's just if you have a very very extended move and then busts the whole average range to the upside, and then it consolidates. Yeah, you can pick a top because there's nothing like the market is telling you that it's having trouble going further. So that's okay. But if you're just picking tops for the sake of,
picking tops.
Which is what most people will do. They'll just sit at the desk and they'll click and then go, oh no, what happened? Yeah.
We got Jitesh succeeding in the 150K combine today. Very nice. Good job.
Congrats.
Fred reminding us that the Bears did a good job of snatching a win out of the jaws of
what?
Fred's giving us a hard time. He's trolling us about the Bears.
I'm like, you're allowed to troll about here's your big fat round number.
Yep.
Right here, right now.
Right here.
This thing is just on the move. Hard to get along at these levels.
I got short one tick off the high for the moment. The moment. One guy, one handle, or one tick. So let's see how this. The big fat round number area. If it plays with it a bit up here and keeps pulling back, I think there's a little bit of a play, but I think there's a break through it at some point. If you hit the wall or hit the ceiling or hit the whatever enough to hit a level enough times.
Yeah, it's like chopping a tree.
It's like chopping a tree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually it's going to fall.
Eventually it's going to fall.
Yeah, you wear out the sellers up there. You wear them out. Once they wear out, they go the other way.
Take them work higher. What are we tracking up here, John? Any price targets up here?
Well, I mean, we were looking at 1,600. It's where the candle bodies die. But last week's high was in the overnight session. So if we continue to push higher,
S&Ps
taking out last week's high.
And spoos, anything?
Jordan ES recently, because that can give some clues. Obviously not great to trade intraday from it, but context matters.
Well, I mean, there's the last week's high in the S&Ps, 41.25, 41. This is awful.
Oh, we're right there.
It looks like we're going to take that out right now in the S&Ps.
Yeah. There you go.
Yep.
Boom.
There it is. So we've succeeded in taking out an overnight recent high in the S&Ps. We have not yet done so in the NASDAQ. But you got a weak high here. You got another weak high in the overnight here. So we just had to come up and check those levels. Now look at it coming off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so monthly chart, I have a
definitely coming off a little
at 45.68. Do you know what? I don't care. I need my glasses.
68 you're looking at? 67 weekly kickoff high.
Right. Yeah. So that could be the stopping point this week.
Deanna's on today.
And then on the weekly chart, we are in a supply already, but there is no reaction on the larger time frames that I can see yet. So that's usually a sign that it didn't stop yet. And then it's slowly edging higher. Misleading indicators, yeah.
Yes. It was expected to stay at down 0.7%. It's a little bit lower at 0.8.
That's in line, though, isn't it?
Essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's not.
It's kind of a minor number. It's not really a major, but it can affect things, and especially since it's the only thing out there.
Yep.
What did he do?
So ES has got space, statistical space, quite a bit. It's got 20 handles until it reaches the average daily and session range exhaustion points. Those are, let me move this chart in the middle so I can actually talk into the microphone for change. So the average session and daily range are pretty close because obviously the overnight session didn't really move anything markedly. So S&P average session range high is 45.59, and then the average daily high is just above that at 45.61. So all of that is game for today for long targets if you manage to grab an entry. The initial balance size is not that big in ES. It's actually within reason. So that is not telling me that this might be a responsive move. This could be an actual true rejection of value upside, and that would put ES on the long side for now.
Well, with the opening range at the low of the day, the rejection of value from yesterday, I'm not looking for shorts.
Yeah.
Unless we start, and like you said, Deanna, unless we start to build some sort of structure to lean on up here.
Or if it fails the auction as well, nicely and orderly, not like a psycho. Because you know what I mean. Sometimes you have these failed auctions that just go whoosh whoosh, and then all the way through the initial balance all in one go. It's like that's unplayable. It's like great, I can see it failed the auction, but now what? Right. And those are very difficult to catch.
Yes. Hey, back to the big fat round number. It paused at the 16,000s. You call it 15,999.
Right.
9, whatever. So now it's sitting up here. Oh, short up there from 96. That's why I got quiet. But it's been sitting up here. It feels like it's growing legs. I think I'd have a little bit more confidence to hold this if I wasn't down. But I'm now trading for a scratch. So that's the great part about trading. You come in here looking at
much. So I'm with you on that, Michael.
Yeah.
On crude oil, 30 minutes is held just underneath my entry. Mm-hmm. So I'm now looking for a further drop, and in an ideal world, this would turn into a little formation called drop-based drop, like a staircase on the way down. But again, it's still early days. We're just starting the C period in crude oil. Anything can happen. It can just shoot up. And,
there's 100 lots sitting on the offer at the 16,000s. Just a little heads up. 16,000s on the NASDAQ. There's 100 lots sitting there. We like to watch this 100 lot player.
It's got to be the algos.
Yeah. I like to watch. I've been watching them for weeks.
It's very useful if you know where to look and what to look out for.
Yeah. A little where as well, though, got to try to find it.
Man, another look higher.
Where in the world Carmen San Diego? So there's the 16,000s.
You get filled?
I don't know.
It's not there.
I did, though.
Quite. Yeah, I tried it.
There's no way it ends right at that number.
Right,
dude.
Right there. It did trade. I don't know if he got it.
I don't know if he got it. It was like a little it fluttered up there. That's why I like to watch the ladder for the dome ladder. I call it the ladder.
Hey, MP, can you explain the 100 lot concept? Somebody was asking in the chat.
Yeah, just look at my dome right now. See everything's like a 8 lot, a 10 lot. 10 lot and 8 lot bids offers, And then you go over to an S&P, see, it's hundreds up. They call it up, whatever's on the bid and the offer. If it's roughly the same, it's like 100. It's like, it's 80. It's 100 up right now, which means. But point of story is it's really thin in the Nasdaq. Never really holds a big, too large size on the offers and on the bids. There's a nice run.
There you go. There's your stops.
Yep.
Yes, it's kind of like a resistance. That's probably the simplest way to think about these orders. They act as magnets, just like support and resistance would act as magnets because they're obvious levels that the institutional participants are looking for. And then if they get filled, obviously that means we can't know exactly what the order was because sometimes it means that they're getting out of a long position or it could be a new short position. That's the information that we don't have. So you can kind of use an educated guess of what should make sense around those levels.
So write it down on if you guys digested that, great. Wally, Garrett, thanks, brother. Per book map, it got filled. Guys, this is why it's so helpful. Per book map, it got filled. Just like it's 100 lot. It's trading 10 times bigger than the average whatever's sitting here working right now. 10 lot in the net. You can look again at my ladder and see nothing. Wally. Yeah, thank you, Wally. There's nothing here bigger than a 2 digits, and the 2 digits are still like a 10 or 9. Yeah. And it's ripped right off of that. Whoa, why am I working one? I got stopped out. I was short up there, just a 1 lot at even. And then stupidly got stopped out right at the highs because I'm trading for the sake of trading. But this 100 lot guy got filled. Now he's instantly in the money. See how instantly that happened? There's a big fat round number. I don't know. Do you think they were talking about playing that? Maybe they were. I don't know. But
at the end of the day, whoever has big pockets to whack in 100 lot on Nasdaq, they will have an effect on the market. Not so much in ES. ES is a thicker market, so you whack in 100 lot order. It's like
right.
Yeah. So. What is it? $20 a point. So 100 lots, that's 2,000 a point. Yes.
Yep.
And just want to point right now. Just 10 points. It could go boom, boom, boom. That's 20 grand, 20 grand, 20 grand. So, if you're taking a 30 handle stop on that 100 lot that this guy just took, that's 60 grand they're putting online. These are the type of players that you would see in the trading pits, and we're going to have one of them on here that traded that type of size. It's lunatic, but there's something really like jaw dropping when you get a trader that trades like that.
100 lots.
The most that I traded was 150 lots, but not in crude oil, because in crude oil the highest lot size was 80. But I was with one of those firms that will pay you like 20% performance fees, and that would be it. So you had to trade with size to make money, and they were really pushing it as well. Getting an 80 lot in crude oil, it's ridiculous. It's like,
how'd that go?
Nothing. Okay, let's go down to 4. So you can't wait. Okay, 4 got filled. Let's do another 4. Oh, let's do another 10. Oh no, that didn't work. Back down to 5 or 3 or whatever. It just takes forever to fill, and it's so annoying. I really don't miss that. And some prop firms will push you for size, so it gets a bit stressful.
Yeah, mine did. That's kind of why I left. I mean, I was comfortable trading 5s, maybe a 10.
Yeah.
But they wanted me trading 50s and 100s, and I just wasn't built for that. So,
John, if I'm a new trader, I'm like, what? That sounds like it's absolute heaven. Excuse me. Yeah. But the thing about it is, guys, what I've learned too is like, there's people that can handle that mentally. Like I was in the trading pit. I was like a mid 6-figure a year trader. I wasn't like a 7 or these guys are. I mean, like I would not have my swings would be like $2,000, $3,000 a day swings and things like that. There were guys that were doing $10,000, $20,000, $100,000. And my stomach, my mentality, maybe my upbringing, maybe my like growing up on a farm, all that kind of stuff. Like I couldn't handle that. That was just like unfathomable. So I stayed in my swim lane. That I always heard that staying in your swim lane. Find your swim lane, stay in it, and get really good at it. But John, you saw traders that would, of all different, from like your 1 lot guys that would have $100 or $1,000 swing days, or maybe even less than that. I don't know if you could really do that in the pits until minis came around. But then you'd see your you can tell me what you saw the swing wise. And do you think their psyche and the stress levels and all that were the same? They could handle the same? Because in my experience, it was no. Like these guys were ones that were
either.
They could play in a different stratosphere, and they could,
I mean, there were a couple of bigger traders in the S&P pit that died.
Jesus,
from the pressure that they were under and the size that they were trading.
Mm-hmm.
And these weren't guys that came from old money. These guys made their own. They built their own empires, and they were the big traders. There was one guy that just had a massive thing go on in his head, in his brain, and that was it. But there were people in the S&P pit that never had to worry about making money. They came from enough money where they were never at risk of losing any part of their lifestyle.
Yeah, but I don't care how much I
something to that though. That's easy trading. I mean, that's when you it's easier.
It's easier for them, right?
Yeah, if you've got a trust fund waiting for you.
Well,
I make the most money when I don't need it, Michael.
That's what my old psychology coach used to say. You make the most money when you no longer need it. When you don't need it. But if like I build up something and then I have a son that wants to go into trading like me, man, he could wipe my whole everything out. Like hey, trust fund or not, he could take daddy and mommy and wipe out. You could do that in the markets like that.
Oh yeah.
So
my younger niece, she wanted to do trading, or she wanted to invest in crypto. So I said, and she barely finished college,
Yeah.
So and she doesn't like to learn either. So I said, well, how are you going to do that?
That's a hell of a combo.
Well, I have a plan. And she's not that young. Like she's 23 now. So it's not like she's a complete child. She is a woman. So I said to her, well, what are you going to do? And she's like, oh, I have a plan. And I said, well, what's the plan then? Come on, we're talking, And she's like, oh, I'm going to invest in crypto. And I was like,
oh, God.
Yeah, don't do that. And she's
what is that, your knee?
No, it's great. It's the forums. And I said, that's what I do, right?
Hey, Michael, would you let your kids trade if they wanted to?
I would love to trade with them. Now, them on their own. I mean, it's like send them out in the wilderness naked and say, "Good luck." Good, and they're
Isn't that what we all did?
Huh?
Yeah.
Isn't that what we all did?
Yep.
Yeah, but I would like to have, instead of my mom or dad saying, "What the hell are you doing?" Kind of like, okay, well, this is risk management. The foundation of this, if you're going into this endeavor, and Michael, it's going to be about risk management. Well, mommy, daddy, what's that? Well, it's this and that. Well, what's a bid? What's not? And then have a conversation. I had nobody to have a conversation with. Hence another reason why we talked about starting Topstep TV. I had nobody to talk to. I'm out of Nebraska. I lived on in the farm community, and no, you wouldn't talk to anybody about it. So yes, I would like to have somebody in my family that I could shoot the breeze with a bit. They don't have to be my trading buddy, whatnot. But if my dad knew a little bit of foundation of trading, then that would have been a nice, at least slowed me down. Man, that was a great short off the 16. Big fat round number.
Man.
Right there, big fat round number play.
That 100
and the 100 lot got it.
Yeah, it hung around there. I think it just hung around there long enough to get everybody out of it, and then it went.
Yeah. I just realized one of my dogs ate my other headphone. Great. This is what happens when you got 8 dogs that are young. They just eat stuff.
Amazing.
All right, I'm going to bail out of my crude oil for now. I still think it's a valid trade, but somehow I think it's going to go up and test the round number. There's the round number again, before it does anything else. So I would like to get a better location for that sort of a trade. So I'm going to wait because I was messing around with the platform. One of my screens was not working properly, so I had to do stuff, and then I didn't quite get the 75. I got 66, which is it's about 10 ticks off the entry that I wanted, which can make all the difference for the risk reward and stuff. So we'll see if I can get another trade here a little bit later on. I'm only down 130, so that's fine. Again, not letting the stops get hit. And if this
Might be the
thing really
pullback.
wants to go down, I'm going to get another chance. So now we wait.
Shorts are starting to grow on tilt for NASDAQ and S&Ps. Maybe a little pullback here. Might be a good place to get long. John, what do you think?
Yeah, we were talking about that, Andre. Pullbacks would be the play if this is going to
Currently
continue.
working on getting short.
What's that?
I'm currently working on getting short.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Well, there's some folks up there that took those shorts. So that's Ghost. You're in from 92s. You would have not had to take that much heat because
No.
Yeah.
you would have covered at the high was 02 quarter, and my one lot. If you look down at my screen, my high stopped out at 02 even. So I got stopped out to tick off the high. I could be like smashing my computer right now, but
I hate that.
it is what it is. That's the part about this business. Like, it is like it'll boil. It'll like literally your blood will start to boil.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if
Yeah,
literally.
so if somebody suffers from road rage,
Yes, if you.
probably.
You know what I learned out here? You know, like in Chicago, they have the Chicago turn. I mean, we call it the something slide. A different kind of people do all throughout the expressways. When you come out to Chicago or it's Colorado, live out here, and there's like signs out here: see road rage, dial pound, blah blah blah. And I'm like, what?
Really?
What? So by the time I learned, lived out here for like the first 6 months, I'm like, holy shit! You get these like, there's like cars like, and they'll weave through and stuff like. It's like, dude, like we're all like, there's nowhere you're going. We're in the mountains. Like,
How many times did you get called on?
I called one guy, and then oh man, this guy came this close. I'm driving normally, and next thing, I'm like, F no. And I have a Rivian, so this thing, you can step on the gas, lay off the gas. It's like a, Tetris to get in through, weave through. And him and I are flying. I'm calling the cops. I'm like, hey, you got this dude. And I call him. I'm like, he must be on drugs or he's drunk right now. He's flying, like weaving through everybody. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm going to try to help society out. Which I did. I diffused a fight over the weekend, so I helped. I feel like I helped the concert. I went to a concert over the weekend. There was a fight right in front of me. These guys were toe to toe. And I had to go stop the guy. I go, hold on. I turned to the guy. I go, guys, come on. Blah, blah, blah. I was mediating a fight for about 10 minutes until the bouncers got there, and then I let them take it over. And then by the end of it, everybody's cool. But needless to say, I feel like I need to intervene sometimes, and it's my way of feeling like I'm helping, which I don't know. That guy, yeah, that was the closest I've ever gotten to road rage.
New Year's Eve in Dubai, everybody was just there was so much tension. I've never seen anything like it.
Really?
We had these this was the Ministry of Sound and Head Candy. So we went there. Cool. We were doing a New Year's. It's like a huge thing in Sheraton Hotel, blah. And we had a very limited number of VIP tables for sale. And they were like crazy expensive, ridiculous, like, 20 grand for a table. It's like no reason whatsoever, but hey ho, it's Dubai, right? And we had people arguing about we sold out all the VIP tables ahead of time, and then we had people who were like, I want a VIP table, and the bouncer goes, we don't have any more available, and then another guy's like, no, I wanted that VIP table. It's like, guys, there's no VIPs. No, I wanted that one. No, I wanted that one, and then they had a fight. Like,
over a table.
Like you're but a non-existent table. What imaginary VIP table? What are you doing? And then throughout the night there was like fights and people like just really drunk. It really surprised me considering how how conservative they are outside of the hotels. But yeah, this was all just people who are obviously Westerners living there, and everybody thinks there's somebody, and it's just like it's not a good vibe at all.
So going back to the whole thing, road rage is pretty common out here in Colorado, and in Chicago, people are like, well, those guys are just flying around at 100 miles an hour through the, because there's expressway, there's 10 different, there's multiple lanes, and people fly all through that. Nobody ever cares. But here, man, whew.
It's crazy.
They got signs all over.
Road rage in London, but everybody has to drive 20 miles an hour here, so you don't really. It's like you'd be faster walking. It's ridiculous.
We just got word my son is watching. Hello,
Nice.
Luke.
What's up, Luke?
Luke, what's happening, man?
What's up, buddy? I've known you for quite. I think I can say I've known Luke since he was a little kid. Can I say that?
He's a little kid, yeah.
He's probably 10 when I started.
Yup.
Yeah.
with you working at Topstep? Working with Topstep?
Still cradled in your dad's arms, and
Yeah, right.
that'd be a big boy to cradle in your arms right there.
Yeah, he's a big guy now. Yeah, he's
How tall is he?
I think he's 6'4", 6'5".
Wow.
Yes, dude.
Damn, that's tall.
Yeah,
My best man.
tall man.
Yeah.
He doesn't need your shoes.
Yeah, kick my ass.
You don't need. John has platform shoes, and he's just like, just wait till it's back your son. Okay, so
we're short here. 45, 40 quarter. I'm risking just under 4 points. We'll see what happens.
I like it from the long side, right down here a bit. If we get a flush out,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I would be hoping John would take his payday. Right when he takes his payday, then I would.
And we can get in.
Then we can get in.
Well,
But
I'm kind of looking for.
All right, I'm getting long one right here from 64.
34, 35 for the exit on this.
63, 64s.
That takes us to kind of the low volume area.
Okay, I'm getting long right here. It's a little bit higher volume node. It's right on the edge. It's right on our shoulder.
Yeah, I can see it.
I'm sizing up a little bit. Got long 64s. If it firms up, we're looking good.
Michael, sometimes you do that. You sound like Coyote Williams or whatever that guy is who lets all the bugs bite him. You got take stings from murder wasps and that kind of stuff. Uh-huh. Like, okay, all right, we're just about to get stung by this murder wasp. It's gonna hurt. We got the EpiPen here.
I'm actually playing a game called Ark Survival, and it's a little bit like that. It's a prehistoric world made up. So there's dinosaurs, massive wasps and stuff. So yeah, sometimes they just come at you out of nowhere, and you're like, no, I'm gonna die, no. It's good fun though.
All right, here we go. 58s.
Tilt growing legs to the short.
Oh, it is? Okay.
What?
Well, there you go.
We're pushing.
That's how you get. That's how you get.
Right.
70% in the S&Ps.
NASDAQ very likely to go down to 15913.
Oh,
It came from.
I'm getting in. I'm buying one.
Yeah, I would definitely get in. I'm getting crushed right now. I'm gonna. This is go okay. Yep, that's how you blow out on a day. Come on, man. Floor falls out right when you. Yep, this is one of those days.
You guys got out. I just took my profit.
Yeah, I know. Okay, well then I'm gonna get back in. I'm still in.
I'm on for 37.5, guys. In production.
I've gotten 45s, 43s, 44s, and 63s.
Nice trade, John.
Yeah, good trade, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you.
What'd you take out of that, Hogue?
Even a blind squirrel. I can tell you. $283. And they may actually have been worth more than that, but it's contrary to the day type, so I took it.
37.5.
Nice way to wait for Johnny to get out and get in, Andre. That's exactly what I was talking about doing, but I got in way too early.
We're learning.
Way too early.
So I really want to wait until crude oil pops the top first, because it hasn't gone down yet. And if this was going to be a clean test back to the value high downwards, it would have happened already. Because usually they pop the low of the initial balance for those sort of plays already in C period. So now we'll be looking at a failed auction potentially. round number is where I want to look at my reversal trades. However, there is another area inside of that sort of zone, which is 78.28. It represents my average daily range high. So again, in a perfect world, that would get tested first, and then would get a failed auction. However, that then limits my target to the downside, because if we get there, it's going to be a failed auction. And failed auctions, yes, they can turn into neutral days where you extend the initial balance to the other side as well. But it's safer to just aim to the for the other side of initial balance and just call it a day. So that means I'm no longer looking at value high as my profit, but instead 77.20 would be my downside profit. Okay, it extended higher, so now, come on, you can reach it, come on.
I hate sitting in effing these positions, man.
I do.
It's like I hate sitting in this shit, and I still like it. I hate sitting in this shit.
Oh, I love it.
The floor falls out from underneath.
Like a pig in shit, Patak.
God bless it. Yeah, I don't know.
I love the process of trying to figure out what's going on. It's like a little puzzle.
Oh yeah, my
yeah.
puzzle. Right when I'm like, I like this, I really like this. I'm gonna put it on. The floor fell out from underneath me.
It's NASDAQ.
And it's I don't know if they try to shake me out to become one of the weak ones or what. It just this stuff bugs the hell out of me. Yeah, I'm long 6 right now.
I think we'd be used to it by now too, though, don't you?
Mustache risk manager Mick I have now hit the radar. There's a ding 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 bell going off right now. On the people is like, oh, look at Michael.
Everything's flashing red on the screen. And it's like, what's that?
I know.
But
I mean, like, I'm liking it less now because it didn't make the move right away, and it does these stupid grow leg things. So I picked up some down in the 40s, and then I'm along from the 60s. So my average price is really where you're seeing right here.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna take.
I find the time still, no matter how long I trade or have been trading, time slows when I'm in a position.
It's crazy. It's crazy how that happens.
It changes your awareness a lot.
I mean, and then right now it's rallied off. So it's when a market does these little moves up, moves down. So I'm like right now being like, okay, I feel okay, but it's like it's now got a good runner off the low. So if it's gonna still want to go test the lows again, my weak ass is gonna be like, damn it, it's Monday. I have to fly out tonight because my thing just got rescheduled.
This is Michael thinking out loud, by the way, folks. This is
me thinking
what's going on.
So you're not be tomorrow, Michael?
No, guys, I'm gonna be done. Monday or Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm in Legoland and Disneyland.
I don't like it.
I'm putting on some different trades out there, if you know what I mean. Just
the
wildness.
Yeah, you'll be having fun though with the kids.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this one off too. I got out. Yeah. All right, cool. I was down 900 when I started that trade, and I went down to 3,000, and then now I'm 1,300.
Nice, chipping away.
I feel okay.
Jab.
I stuck with that because they pulled. I mean, like, I don't know, these FU rallies or FU sell-offs.
What's an FU sell-off? What's that technical term mean?
FU seller.
Yeah. Technical term.
An industry thing.
It's very technical.
Yeah. It means when you're right, but you're not right, if you know what I mean. Yes. But
but you still lose money. You're like,
exactly. Thank you, Deanna. That's the definition.
Thank you, Deanna. Much more eloquently.
Look at that.
I took some lion's mane before coming on. So my thoughts are like all ordered.
This is where the damage started, right here in the 63s when I was telling Hug, I really like you here. I'm going to load up. Blah blah blah, and then it does this like floor falls out, firms back up. Now it has all those. The weak longs, they stop them out, and look at how quick it runs. That's why I believe, like, when you get the weak ones out, that's when those are the opportunities that it runs so fast. And we've all been there where you get stopped out to the tick, and the next thing you know, it goes to your direction so viciously fast. So could have held this one. I'm off today, so $1,300 down is not a big deal. That could have been really bad really quickly.
No, those are your swings. When you train that size,
nice trade, Andre. What'd you cover? You got in 37s, and I'm picking up 43s on adding to my position, putting a moron on, putting more on strategy,
more on trade.
What'd you pick up? 37s.
Yeah.
Oh, in the ES.
Yes, no. Yeah, I've been looking. I'm not gonna lie. I'm keeping an eye on Nasdaq to watch how it trades, just for the volatility and follow through. I've never really dabbled in Nasdaq. John, did you ever dabble in Nasdaq at all? I know you say your hand can handle it, but you've never put on a one lot.
Never traded it.
I've traded it.
I'm following your wisdom then.
I've traded it, but usually towards the end of the day,
Gotcha.
when I can read it a bit better, and we've had a lot of data in the market, so I can actually see what's going on. But first 3 hours of the day, no, I'm like.
Hey, is that 100 lot? Well, that 100 lot was up 100 grand. Is it about up 100 right now,
Yeah,
right?
but to Deanna's point, you don't know if they were taking profits or they're
Of course, Andre. Nobody's ever gonna know. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. You know, like I only know what you're doing because you tell me what you're doing. But like, I don't know.
Yes, they're 100 grand in the money either way. Yes.
Yeah, they either covered or they got.
It was a hell of an entry either way. How about that?
It was a hell of a cover. How about that too?
Fine.
If you said they were long. And then you're like, well, what if they're hedged up with the cash basket and they're long condors and blah, blah, blah.
Where's you short from, Deanna?
77.87.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can
Man, that
fail
could've
this
gotten
auction
nasty.
properly.
Yeah, I got out of those longs too. I think we felt it wasn't going to push, Michael. Are you still in?
No, I'm glad I got out.
Yeah, I'm flat too. Couple tickies, but whatever.
Because this pullback right here is what I was worried about. Because right now, if I'm looking for that bigger move, I do not want this to be an ugly day. You know, I had an F at moment, like when I was putting on the 43s when you were long from getting long as well.
Yeah,
I don't like that feeling.
It's not, but hey, good job being self-aware.
Yep.
As long as you don't get turned into what's another $1,000 at this point, that's the danger.
The grasshopper trade.
Grasshopper. Yep. Oh, what's another? Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, I've been there too. That's why I teach people not to do it.
Right.
I like feeling the pain.
Oh.
Hey, I got a message from Austin Wilt. Austin Wilt, you're a fishing guide here out in Basalt. Guys, if you ever come out, if you're a angler or fly fisherman, I don't know, are they the same? Maybe Austin, you can help us out with them. Anglers and fly fishermen, would they be considered the same, or is an angler like a category of an angler's fly fisherman? But the best fly fishing in the world is at Frying Pan, probably where Austin is a guide.
I've only been fishing twice in my life.
So I don't have the patience for it. It's probably where I should go learn
cool for an hour.
It's so early as well. I'm not a morning person.
When the fish are biting, yeah.
Austin, you consider the same thing. Nice. Well, kudos. We're in the Roaring Fork Valley living together. We'll have to meet up sometime. Actually, I would love to have you teach me how to fly fish. That would be amazing. I'll do exchange. Trading combine for fly fishing lessons.
It's bartering right there, baby.
Yeah. But his lessons are way more expensive because I know anglers or the guides out here, they're like top notch.
Well,
All right.
That was one of the better trades of the day. If you would have gotten that little wild
Oh yeah,
sell-off.
that was really awesome actually.
the 16,000.
Yeah, but actually, the 100 lot has the best trade of the day. If we want to say who's traded the best today, well, whoever that 100 lot is.
Yeah.
That's the MVP.
Hour into the trading day. What an hour! On a Monday,
not bad for a holiday.
Round numbers, man.
Hey, Dean, I got a question for you. You know how we keep calling it like a holiday week? It's so like U.S. centric. Do you guys consciously aware of what our holiday schedule is over here?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, especially those of us who are in this.
Yeah,
Did you go?
I'm sorry.
but obviously, Thanksgiving is not a holiday here.
No,
So
it's not,
we
and
just
it's
have to-
yeah.
And Europe, like Eurex and stuff, they're going to keep trading like nothing's happening. London Stock Exchange and Eurex, they're like, What
Yeah.
holiday?
There's no reason
but
for them.
obviously that does mean that some of the people who are in the market during the London hours, because you do have some Americans that also trade throughout the night, right?
Right.
They're not going to be in. So we're still going to have slightly thinner markets over here because of that, because obviously when you take out the big exchanges, there's nobody left. So
Right.
it's I always take it with a pinch of salt, and I don't really like trading too much for these weeks. So I basically just imagine that it's my holiday too. So
Got you.
I'll
So
have an
Thursday, you're
extended
going.
weekend.
So on Thursday, you will not be trading then, correct?
No. Thursday, Friday. I
Happy
also
Thanksgiving
have,
from us to you.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving, guys. Yeah,
It's our pilgrim passage of friendship that we do to you.
Yeah, I also have a one of my older dog. Well, the oldest doggy. Tomorrow he's gonna go do dental surgery, and he's got quite a few teeth to come out, and he's got a heart murmur, and he's on heart meds. So I'm a little bit of a mess today.
Oh, wow. I'm as nervous.
So yeah. Hopefully he comes out of that. He's 11. He's King Charles Cavalier. So I'm probably just going to be nurturing him and nursing him back to health, because his mouth
best
is
of luck.
pretty sore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On a different note, Eric asked if you'd be eating turkey, but I'm thinking you're more of like a steak and seafood, lobster, crab, the whole smorgasbord of stuff.
I can't actually eat a lot of proteins. It's a bit weird. I used to eat turkey for Christmas over here. Unfortunately, something happened with the COVID infection, so I used to live on steak and chicken. That was my go-to food. But now I react to a whole bunch of proteins. So the only thing I don't react to, well, there's three things. There's lamb, pork, and seafood. So I can't do turkey even if I wanted to. So it's a shame, really.
It's like Ranella, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
I think your Thanksgiving dinner looks a lot like our Christmas dinner.
You ever had a turducken? Turducken?
Well, is that like a vegan version or something?
Yes, it's about the
turkey.
furthest thing away from a vegan. It's a turkey. Hold on, it's a turkey. John Madden. Anybody who watches
chicken?
Turkey, duck. It's all cooked together. Turkey, a duck, and a chicken, all cooked into within a turkey, and they do it on like it's not real. They made it up. Yeah. But no, they John Madden would do it for Thanksgiving football, and it was I don't know, it was in Philly or something where they do crazy stuff with food, something like that. And they brought it in. They're like, this guy does turduckens. I'm like, what is a turducken? And it's all three different animals, or two different animals baked into one. It's just like
it's
inside
a duck stuffed into a chicken, stuffed into a turkey.
There you go. Turducken. Welcome to America.
Welcome to America. Wash it down. Yeah, wash it down with a big gulp.
If you go to Scotland, you get to eat a deep fried Mars bar.
Deep fried Mars bar. All right, so we're not the only ones that do dumb shit.
No, exactly. Yeah, Scotland's got some quite interesting foods. Yeah.
A deep fried Twinkie once.
Yeah.
State fair style.
Yeah.
I still think it's disgusting.
Oh yeah.
Tasted it is horrible.
Well, it came back down the 40.
Well, now we're in no man's land.
Yeah. Well, we're in pullback land.
You would think, but the pullback. If it was a pullback and we're going to trend higher, what do you think we would have taken off by now?
Not necessarily.
No. Okay, so I should get along
It
then.
takes time, especially because we do have the supply from Friday here. So right now we've had a reaction from that. But this is a question: is it going to be a sustained reaction,
right,
reversal, or is this just like a knee-jerk reaction before we pull back up? So this is what price action can tell us. So any kind of sustained reversal that has a nice orderly price action, price activity. That means that we are staying. But for now, this just looks like a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to me. So I would probably still be looking for longs, maybe a little bit lower than this area. Like I said, there is some demand in a high-volume node around 159.19 and slightly below that. So that would be my first choice for any longs in NASDAQ, if pushed.
So here's the profile.
Yeah, let's take a look.
This is just today's. Let's look at yesterday's. So rejected value from Friday. but opening range low of the session.
Now we go.
Now we've got all the volume up here, right? We're spending all the time and all the volume up here. So you want to look, your best trade location is down here. If we start taking out these single TPOs and getting back into value from yesterday, something may have changed.
Yeah.
So you're looking for longs down here.
Yeah.
Right in this area, I think we're looking for longs in all the wrong places. I think we're looking more like 15, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. And then we can put our stop into these single TPOs down here.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. Deanna's talking about, we need to look for better trade location than here. Agreed. 100%.
Yeah.
So Andre, this is the S&P.
Yeah, I'm watching.
So there's Friday. There's a value high, open in value, rejected it, pushing higher. Basically, I mean, all the time and volume is in the top half of this profile. It's in the top half of the range. So again, we're looking for opportunities to look for longs down here.
What's that price?
That down here is 34 for, let's say 34 half to 33 half.
Cool.
Because you may have some longs that are looking here for longs. Their stops are going to be below B period.
Yes.
So if I'm looking for longs, I want to catch those stops.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I mean, that's where I got out of that short was.
Yes,
down
you did.
Here.
You covered right there.
Just because of that. I mean, there's no volume down here. All the volume's up here.
Yeah, that was a nice trade. Nice read.
Yeah.
I'm such a contrary trader. Those are.
Welcome to the club. So am I.
Yeah.
Right? 7, 6. Then I've had. It's been a long learning process. If you're going to be a contrary trader, with the opening range at the low of the session, I'm looking for longs typically all day long, as long as that remains.
I found that because I used to do that as well. And I'm like, oh, I want to go short here. And then I'm like, oh, sustained auction. Oh, I'm going on. And then I'm like, why did I do that? That wasn't the plan. What the hell?
Yeah, do that first part again. What was that?
How's that go?
So what I started doing to prevent myself from doing stupid things like that is to write flow diagrams with conditions. And stuff. And it really helped me to visualize the setup. And then I stopped doing that. So, it's been much easier since. Now I know exactly when I'm wrong, and I can just bail.
Right.
And when things are developing as they should, according to my flow diagram, which is now in my head.
Well, I mean, the contrary moves, it took a long time for me to recognize I'm not going to be able to pick the dead high in a move like that. I've got to be reasonable and probable with my profit targets, not falling in love with contrary moves.
Yeah. You don't want to get married to them.
I already did that once.
Are you still stuck in it? You're still stuck in that position for how many years?
Easy.
Right?
Donna,
I even did a moron trade.
Yeah. Moron trade to be putting on more wives, though. If that's there, that is pretty
What's up,
John. Donna, I love you if you're listening. Does she listen? Does she ever listen?
No, she doesn't really get a chance to. I mean,
I know Luke's listening, John.
Luke's
so we better
listening,
his mom.
So
he's probably working in the office and just being tuned in for a little bit. But Donna works at a health office in a high school.
Okay.
And they see probably 300 kids a day in this health office, so she's pretty busy.
She doesn't have time for our nonsense, Michael.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, my husband, whatever he hears, like in the house as he's like walking, that's it. But he doesn't really watch it. Yeah, it's going to be 19 years next.
Congrats.
Yeah, long time.
She watches it sometimes during the summer because she only works 10 months a year. She gets the summer off because she works at a high school. Sometimes she'll check it out, during the summer, but she doesn't get the chance to really during the school year. Hi, Lacey.
You're Lacey walking.
Yep.
Lacey.
Yep.
Click, click, click.
Yeah, you got it.
Doing all right, Liam. I'm doing all right. Up a couple bucks. Gonna be short week though, so in and out.
I know you want to go out, but I can't right now. You can't right now. Sorry.
Well, I have a quick update for the OpenAI drama. If we have a
Can you catch me up to speed? What is this whole story?
Speed. I was like,
I've seen the headlines. I haven't clicked on one article. What is this?
It's a real lesson in kind of out kicking your coverage by the board, but I'll show it in a series of images here. First off, they never really said their side. I thought this would be an opportunity to talk about, you hear the turn those machines back on in our intro for this segment. It's from Trading Places. This remarking that the CEO of Microsoft must have went absolutely bane over the weekend. Apparently, Microsoft learned about this decision 1 minute before we all did. If you go to the next one, today, 505 out of 700 employees at OpenAI signed a letter telling the board to resign.
Oh, boy.
And with all this drama, Microsoft, I'll check where it is, but it was set to open about flat. So it was all priced in all along.
Yeah.
So what happened? The CEO was once fired and is coming back? Is it? I don't know. Yeah, what's the story?
So OpenAI is technically like a nonprofit governed by this board that I think was kind of into their own philosophies on it. And they just kind of did this and didn't tell anyone. And that's kind of why it's a story. We don't really know why they did it, but it's not going over well.
Love it.
They went full Dwight Schrute.
Thanks, boy. But I knew that was going to get photography. Oh, here we go. Rest in peace. Damn it.
Just put in a week high.
Yes, it did.
I mean,
all those.
If I look back at it, I started the 50s. Yeah.
D was right. It was a pullback. NASDAQ's lagging, though.
NASDAQ is lagging. That's why I was surprised. Yep.
Yeah, the floor fell out from underneath it, and now it's firming back up.
Get in there, Michael.
No, late to the party right now.
Yeah.
A little bit, right?
Yeah.
Let's see this upside auction fail in the S&Ps, and then we'll take out the low of the opening range and head lower. But
interesting.
I've been thinking that for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've noticed your bear bias has been bleeding through to a lot of your stuff, John. But
I made money. I made money last week, the week before. I'm making money, but
to the upside. Yeah.
And we're just trading what we're seeing here, right?
Exactly, man. That's trading.
Think tank trader. Just passed my 50K.
Nice.
NASDAQ 72% long.
Nice job.
Well done.
Oh, well, that happens.
Those Windows things. Huh.
I always consider that like the dog eating my homework line nowadays. Not saying that's what you're saying, but you hear it all the time. Like we're in Topstep meetings, like, oh, my computer's updating. I'm like, what? Right now?
It's because they force the updates.
It does.
It's so annoying. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
my crude oil trade.
A couple of times.
Yeah. Yeah. Killing my crude oil trade. I'm going to try a sustained auction upside because this is not failing the auction. It's just creeping upside. So let's do a little bit.
All right. We're getting a little bit more long bias, a little bit more on the sisters, the brothers, siblings, ES and NQ. NASDAQ and SP.
Got a couple more people succeeding in the combine today. Ben and Kamal.
Nice job, Ben.
Well done.
Well done, Kamal. Well done,
Sanders.
I would be so overtraded right now if I wasn't talking with you guys.
Thank goodness you're with us.
I know, right?
Yeah, we see that feedback a lot from the audience.
It's probably one of the biggest things I think Topstep TV helps people out with.
Hell, I'm gaining from it, yeah.
Oh, if you can help somebody not overtrade or slow down their trading.
Well done, Andy.
That's like, because I mean, we could quickly run to the implosion finish line every day if we wanted to. But helping slow you down, it's always good. Finding a trading buddy or a a tool. Maybe you call this a tool. Maybe a bunch of us are tools that help you.
A band tool.
DWW quit today. Is this for good or just for today? I quit today.
Man, I don't know how many times I quit.
Oh, love hate business, Johnny.
I quit. I can't do this. I'll be back tomorrow.
I was just talking to an old trading buddy of mine over the weekend. Burdell, Michael knows him, and we talked about how we quit. We quit for like 2 days, and we're back.
Yeah.
And you cry on each other's shoulders. Oh, after this, well, I'm done with this. I'm sick of these markets. And the next thing you're like, yeah, what are you doing? Well, I got a position on right now. I'm looking at this.
You see the setup, dude?
Yeah, I couldn't go into my position for some reason. My computer just decided not to react. So I'm just gonna sit and wait. See what happens.
You're really quiet right now, Dean.
Yeah, Deanna.
Yeah, dude, because I clicked and then my screen went dark. Like I couldn't see anything. Then you guys started sounding robotic. So I'm like, what is going on? Is it me? And then I thought I entered a position and now I'm looking at it and it's flat. Like there's nothing there. So yeah. And I don't want to go on tilt. So I'm gonna be patient and reassess whatever's going on to see if I can get that entry that I had earlier, which was closer to the round number. And if not, I have to let it go. Mondays.
I'm there with you, Deanna.
Yeah.
Misery loves company in this business. So when you're talking about all the things you're hating, I got this a little feel better. I start to feel a little bit better, not as worse as I was.
100%.
It's such a bad thing.
So,
You're like, shut up, dude. I don't care that you're up.
Complaining. It's like,
Yeah.
oh.
No, you're not the only one suffering.
Yeah. All right, we firmed up down there in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we did.
That would have been and I know I was getting her. John had that good cover. He got the short on the meltdown. Andre got long. You got out early. I got added to my moron trade, put more on, and then got out roughly in not a bad spot, which I'll take. And here's the move. Here's that move. It's a longer played out move. You would have had to hold that. That's a tough one.
He would have had to hold it.
I would have been a Draper. Yeah, or Dapper. Yeah, you're right. Would have been
the Dapper done.
So whenever I get myself in these sort of situations where something's going on, usually I will wait for the next TPO to ensure that my setup is still there and it's still obvious. So I've got about 6.5 minutes. And then we're going to see whether the market is actually staying above the initial balance or falling back into it.
Yeah. Now, really quick, going back, because I started getting long around the 62s. And that's where I'm like, I like it. It's firming up. And then John was short, and I go, and then I actually even said, I'm gonna get in when you get out, which is actually what Andre did, because he was looking to get long, but it wasn't exactly because John got out. It's kind of like that whole inflection point. So that all happened really.
Execution flow. So
yes.
I'm gonna go short, then it reaches your level. Then Andre goes long. It's like it's all literally like execution flow.
Kind of team
so
trading.
my stops were literally 20 handles. So I had like 6 of them on, then I got stopped out of 3 of them. Then I canceled my stops because I got added more onto it. See, hear that? More onto it. And then it firmed up. But I mean, that was a 30 handle. It was a 30 handle from my entry of the 62s. You would have been safe at 30 handles because the low was 37.
All right.
And I got long from 62. So that means the stop would have been at 32. So 30 handles of heat to pick up. So far, you'd be about 30 handles into the money right now. So just kind of, I always like to think about moves, the market moves, and how the market moves and how far away it did from my old entry to where it is now, an hour later, or 15, 20 minutes, whatever. I'm always kind of thinking about, because you get convicted at certain points, and then it's always kind of interesting to see how that flushes. Replay it in your mind, I guess. Replay it in your mind.
I'm sitting here looking for the next TPO to open, and you said it was like 6 minutes, and that was like 30 minutes ago. It's 5 minutes.
Time slows. That's
right?
a funny thing, isn't it? Yeah. And I'm looking at it. I said 6.5 minutes, and now it's 4 minutes 40, and it does seem like about 15, 20 minutes has gone by.
You know what I love about Thanksgiving week here in the States is like people, like when you go to or the holiday, I know ours was, everybody's just like, it's like chill mode. It's like you can't get a more chill mode than what it is. You show up there, you know, like you're at your parents' place, sweatpants, watching TV. Then your like family comes over and you grab a drink, you start catching up. I think it's one of my favorite holidays. Yeah,
mine too.
Here, people do that with Christmas. It's the only time you can start drinking at 9 a.m. and nobody cares.
In your pajamas.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends where you are, I guess. If you're visiting relatives and stuff, then yeah, everybody would be in a house somewhere together. Right. But generally, people are pretty dressed up for Christmas over here.
Really? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Here, it's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's just my backwoods family or something. I don't know. I'm joking, but like you see more. I think more after COVID. I don't think anybody's ever got out of their sweatpants after COVID.
Yeah, I know. I haven't.
No, I have more of them on right now with slippers.
Yeah, I've got my fluffy booties for the house. They're kind of like warm slippers.
Yeah,
Fluffy booties.
Fluffy booties.
Yeah.
We used to get dressed up when we had to go to like, you know, moms and dads and both sides and bring all the kids, and the kids are crying because they just want to play with their toys. We don't go anywhere now. We just stay home and stay in our, we get like the same pajamas for Christmas and we wear those all day long and it's very cute. And, but you know, if we're going to go to mass, we'll probably get dressed and then come right back to our jammies when we get back home.
Yeah, I don't come from a religious background, so we never did.
Michael does.
Thing. Yeah.
What?
You come from a religious background?
Oh yeah, dude. I used to hand out flyers at the mall telling repent of your sins or you're going to eternal damnation, man. I was like, my parents were hauling me out there like 12. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. It was just hand out these flyers. Let everybody know.
Man.
Let everybody know. Oh, then they get divorced and the church is like, see ya, can't be here anymore. I'm like, well, hold on, man. I don't know. And then you try to add the dots up and you're like, that doesn't really totally work out.
Funnily enough, in my dad's family, like the wider family, there are a couple of priests. There are Orthodox Christian priests. And he was sort of religious, but not go to church kind. And I think it was also because with the Serbian communities, because of the war, Second World War, you couldn't really go out to churches. So they kind of invented this thing where everybody celebrates inside their family and their homes. And there's like a whole thing that you have to do. So there's like sweet dish that gets served when you enter somebody's house, and like a little ritual sort of thing. And we did all of that, just never, you know, it doesn't really necessarily take place at a church. But I hear that in the last sort of 30 years or so, there are sort of nouveau riche sort of people who insist on going to church and stuff. And all of us old people, we're like, yeah, that's not really what that's about. So we still have that family connection. And rituals, it's just inside our own homes. So, yeah, I think it's
cool.
Quite an interesting cultural difference.
Yeah, I'm more spiritual than organized religion.
Yeah, same. I'm definitely spiritual. Yeah.
I think that's when I moved out. I'm definitely spiritual. My whole thing wasn't to rip on all that by any means. So anybody who takes if anything, it taught me like how to believe in something very strongly and be passionate about it and all that, which I do value. I just don't feel you should push your beliefs upon anybody. That was my big lesson. But in general, yeah, definitely still spiritual about it. There's something bigger out there. But yeah, it's just being in a small community in Nebraska. You know, somebody said something about cult like. It was very like growing up. It's very like, and then you kind of open up and you meet different folks from different backgrounds. You don't get to meet folks from different backgrounds in a small town. So it's very hard.
I always lived in massive cities. I mean,
yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah, never knew. No, very hard to get. It's called group think, where everybody's thinking the exact same way. You know, your neighbors and all your neighbors are the same type.
I never knew my neighbors. No, I think I know my neighbors here, but that's because I've been here like for so long. And they were quite nice. And one of them is she was brought up here, but I think she left. Like she's Serbian, and she left Serbia when she was about 14, and now she's like 50 something, 57. So she's pretty much British, but we always joke about being Serbian. It's like, oh yeah, we're the tough chicks kind of thing.
Hey, we're taking the top off this thing right now.
I know. I just got short up here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Let's see how this holds up.
All right, so that
Deanna, you call. Sorry, go ahead. Deanna.
Yeah. So
Wow.
crude oil
Wow.
ended up as indecision right on the supply line on the daily charts. So now I'm still looking at a failed auction potential.
Yeah.
But I can't act on it yet because I don't have a signal.
So you're looking for a like, failed upside auction?
Yes.
Got it.
Same.
Yeah, I don't know. These bulls have been strong lately. Bulls on parade, man. Been strong.
I'm short right now. I'm short 5 lots from right here right now. I'm liking it on this flush out to the high side. I can see it pulling back. But I've been known to be wildly wrong.
10-5.
5s. 132 is building up a little. Take a little off. Take a little off.
What a rally. Do that CPI number last Wednesday.
For the sake of TV, let's go short.
T, I don't know. I've probably seen this, but I haven't seen it very often. C period, it just went right into D period. There's no overlay yet.
Yeah.
Okay, what does that mean real quick? Because I'm short. And the reason why I got short, because you see the volume, the edge of the shoulder here, the volume node.
Mm-hmm.
The big
reason why I want to go early is because we've got structure already built on the profile. So we've got 4 TPOs already. And it's been so slow to the upside that
You're talking crude, right?
Crude oil, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'm your resident crude oil trader, so.
I'm short a 2 guy up here at 0.05.
Okay, now we have overlay.
Mm-hmm. Now we have overlap. Help me out on this because I do.
Yeah. So this was what I was talking about. On the profile, you got C period, which is the third 30-minute period. D period opened one tick above C period and then continued higher. So there was no price bar overlap.
Yep.
Now we have price bar overlap. So I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
What does that mean,
John?
Well, I mean, at this point, there's no sign of the upside auction failing.
Yeah. That's
there. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and some single prints are potentially left behind. So if this stays bid in ES, it's going to go higher. That
right.
All right, we're down to 1 lot. We shaved it off. We shaved her off. Thanks, guys.
I'm short from short crude oil from 77.97, which is I'm happy with that entry now.
This is a nice entry.
Yeah. All right, I took it all off.
77.97.
And because it's such a nice entry, I'm not going to touch it. Whatever.
That's right. That's right.
Do a moron trade.
There's the 17s up here that you guys were talking about. Deanna, you talked about the 17s. 16.017.
Yeah.
Why'd you give me that number earlier?
Because it's an average daily range high exhaustion point. So over the previous 10 days, that is how much the market moved from low to high. And then it effectively reversed or did something else. So it's effectively an average, median average of the past 10 days. And very frequently when you have a normal day, so not anything abnormal happening like FOMC or Fridays or whatever, you can have those areas as very good reversal areas as well. And they are pretty accurate. Obviously, NASDAQ has been nuts. So it can wag through them and then reverse, which is why I also like to pair it with ES levels of the same kind and then see how they both behave. But NASDAQ is much closer to its own average daily high.
Okay.
ES is it's got miles to go before it hits that. So yeah, it's not very helpful today.
It's holiday week, so I'm going to pair mine with a nice Merlot.
Hey,
that average daily range, are you including the overnight or is that regular trading session only?
No, so I in my methodology I partial it to 2 concepts. So one is the average daily range, which does encompass the overnight session as well. So it's a full 24 hours range. Right. Whereas the average session range only takes the active trading hours, the regular trading hours. So,
it says it right in the name, average session range.
Yeah, I think it's pretty logical. But no one's done that before. Like I came up with it when I was really annoyed one day that the average daily range was already done and the price just kept shooting through it. And I was like, there must be a way, like seriously, this can move. Like we've just opened the session. There's got to be some way to measure how far we have in statistical terms. And then I was like, why don't I just use the same concept and then just apply the regular trading hours to it? And then I created an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, I'm such a nerd. And and I tracked that by myself. And then obviously many years later, I had my tech team, and now it's literally just a couple of clicks on the keyboard. Like you just press A and you get the level. And I always wanted to have that. And it was just such a revelation when I said to my team, I was like, can you possibly make me like a twist on average daily range? And they're like, yeah, it's all there. So they just added another variable. And you have the hours and stuff, and so it's like it's the best money that I've ever spent in my life.
And they're like, oh yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, literally they did it in like the space of 2 days.
Well, touch your 17s.
Yeah, it did.
I'm short 13s and 17s, so an average price of 15s. Light and tight.
Yeah, it's now touched that average daily range high. And like I said, it is inside the supply from Friday. So really, in order for this to go through this, it has to battle a whole bunch of orders where we previously saw strong sellers.
Which were previously strong sellers were?
NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So Friday, if you look at where we turned around on Friday, it's the same level though.
God, why am I missing that, Michael?
What are you missing?
No, nothing. The high. I do have a line up here. Okay, 49s.
What a rally.
Yeah, that was a hard position to hold down there when I was trading the 950s and 60s area. John covered his shorts. Andre got long. I did the moron trade. All that was just a really, really interesting area. If you think about it, if we talk about interesting areas, that was an interesting area because there's a lot of opportunities, shakeouts, all that was happening in front of us, and then it's set up to be. It was a setup pre another big move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I should have covered my short and got long.
Hit the reverse button.
Reverse button, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a baller. That's baller shit, yeah.
Okay. I am not liking the fact that it wants to hang out up here.
You are short?
Short of one guy right here.
Okay. I mean, you can limit the risk on that.
Oh, it's way limited, but I don't even like right now. I don't want it on, so I'm like literally itching to take it off. Yeah, well,
Tilt's 50-50.
Nothing showing nothing.
So
I'm dancing around. Yeah, go ahead.
to accompany your dancing, Michael, first we have a little behind the scenes shot. And this is the preface, something I swear. If you're ever interested how the sausage is made, we have a photo here of James and Dolby.
There you guys go.
In the office right now, looking at the production box.
Cool.
What's up,
Now,
squad?
I'm showing them because they're being good sports. The system's kind of freaking out. So I want to do hot streaks right now, but I warn that it may make the screen a little weird for a second.
Hey,
So
Jack,
without further ado.
go ahead.
No, what's up?
You should show the production studio that I showed last night of Sunday Night Football. There's kind of looks like Dolby and James are sitting there. I mean, like, yeah, same thing.
We'll see if we can get that up in a little bit. So hot streaks. If the stream dies, know it died doing what it loved, which is showing hot streaks. So I'm hitting my table, my bongos. Okay, fun.
Not bad.
It's surviving.
It is. Massimiliano nowhere to be found.
I think we've taken him off until he trades again. I'll check on that.
Fair
but
enough.
Eric is now at 26 days. The Monk Lake discipline for 3K over 26 days.
I mean, that's awesome.
That is this.
Carlos, Fan, Gotti, and Gregory in chase.
I love seeing win streaks.
That's impressive.
Something about win streaks I love more than like big days. It's like discipline trading.
Hey,
Consistency.
Jack, I got a question. If I go profitable, then absolute scratch on the day, then go profitable, do I still have a winning streak going or no?
It's pretty
James,
hard
be
to
right
go
back.
absolute scratch. I
That
would
is
think.
true. I guess feet, yeah.
If you're up 1 cent, though, it counts as a
That's
winner.
a winning day. Yeah.
Honestly, we look for losers. So if somebody through some black magic sorcery got 0 on the dot, I think it would still be.
I consider it a win. Yeah, it's a win.
You have
Yeah.
to trade.
It's a
Yeah,
trade. It's a win.
I like seeing these kind of hot streaks because that's a lot more achievable, and this to me represents like nice numbers to shoot for. Whenever I see super large traders doing like 40K 30K, usually from my experience seeing those types of trade, full respect obviously, however in my experience whenever we saw traders who were winning a lot of money, they would also lose a ton, and they would like just blow out, and we would never see them again. So I'm always a bit kind of cautious when I see traders trading size, especially on things like NASDAQ and stuff. So, but that's just my opinion. So yeah,
I like the
I'm very
consistency.
risk averse, and the way I trade, I like those asymmetrical trading opportunities. So I don't scalp. If I'm in a trade, I want to take like 40, 50, 60, 70 takes out of the market, and not like 5 and 7 and like 5 handles here and there. I literally have a lot of confidence in the setups when I'm properly getting involved. If all the signals are there, and I've gone through my process of objectivity, how are we doing? How is the auction doing? Where is that auction happening? Where is it failing? What are the levels? Are we there? Are we not there? So all of that plays into my decision-making process, and that's why I can stay in trades for 2-3 hours per day. But sometimes it takes a few tries before you get it right, especially when it's a slow day. Those are definitely my weaker points, when we don't have a lot of movement and everything's just crawling like crude oil is today. But having said that, initial balance is still of decent size. It is slightly smaller than I would like. And currently the upside auction is not doing that well. It's building structure around the initial balance high. So again, objectivity, levels, price activity, it's all to me just a detective, playing detective with the markets. And then if I'm wrong, that's fine. I can always limit my risk, and then we live to play another day.
Well said. Yes, your the way you stay in trades for that long is very impressive. But your setups, I mean, the intuition, thought process going into the trade, I mean, it's logically and sound. So
it's all because it's a data. Yeah.
what the fuck?
That's the beauty of data. Oh, Nasdaq has come off that.
Yes, it has.
Yeah. You still in, Michael? He's not there.
Yeah, it's
He stepped away, huh?
kind of showing like a little bit of a failed auction up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could have been. That could have been the short.
He's probably not in.
Yeah, I think he stepped away for a second.
He did the walk away trade, put it on, and walk away.
Yep.
I've done that too before.
If you're comfortable with the trade, you should be able to walk away.
You are right. Definitely right.
Although with Nasdaq, yeah, I don't know if I could walk away from a Nasdaq trade because it's so crazy. It's like just gives you like
Constant
gives you
heart
heart
palpitations.
palpitations. Yeah.
I get a lot of those.
You ever had a heart attack, John?
No. Not yet.
Okay, crude oil is now
Great.
creeping higher.
Not trying hard enough, Hogue.
No, that's one thing that hasn't happened.
Wow. 18s. Can't Can't hold on to anything today. So your 17s, 18s held up nicely.
Yeah, I was just saying, and then I realized you were away. I was like, Michael, you still in? And it's like,
No.
cricket.
No. No. I dance and then I toss my partner away, and then I come back to the dance floor, and then I look for a new partner, and then I haven't been.
He's very non-committal.
I'm very non-committal. Yes. What do you always teach me, Jen? Dance with the one that brung you.
Dance the one. Yep. That's right. Dance with the one you brung.
I started pegging that a country term too, right after you told me, and you're from Chicago. I got this old country term. It's dance with the one in Bronco. No, but you always said that,
right?
It is kind of, yeah. We had a lot of square dances, and that's what they'd say. Now, did everybody get out here and dance with the one that brung you?
Oh my God.
Before the competition start,
Uh-huh.
they didn't have those. Actually, they did. Like when I was younger.
Yeah, you had to have a square dance.
Yeah, they had square dance things, but that was like what, middle school?
Yeah.
Yes,
Wrong.
high.
Whenever I think of a square dance, I think of A Million Ways to Die in the West with our own Jack Pelser.
That is my doppelganger. Yes.
That is,
Yeah.
yep.
Oh, that's that.
Hey,
that's that.
the Seth MacFarlane stuff.
Yep.
That's the that movie's like an old classic, isn't it?
A Million Ways to Die in the
Have
West.
you guys watched Orville?
Yes.
Yeah, I love Orville.
It was funny. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. Yeah, I like the song in the square dance in A Million Ways to Die in the West, the mustache song.
I don't recall this, but I bet you if you showed me a picture of this, I could Google it.
Yeah. It's a pretty hilarious movie, I think.
What's it called? Million Ways to
A
Die.
Million Ways to Die in the West.
Mm-hmm.
It's Seth MacFarlane, Liam Neeson's in it, Charlize Theron.
Well, that's a good cast.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it was pretty funny. Somebody always dies at the fair.
Yeah. It's very funny.
Oh, okay. No, I do not. I have not watched this.
Really?
Till 50-50.
Still 50-50, nothing.
Yeah, it's
In the morning, the majority of folks got paid. You guys
they did get paid today.
big time, yeah. So since then, it's kind of gone back to a little bit of a good indicator of like possible area to get in, but it's kind of done some of these exaggerated moves on me when I've seen the tilt get pretty tilty and it coming up to levels, but.
Here we are. S&P is just sitting on the highs.
Yeah, they are.
So this is what D was talking about. You get those single TPOs, and then those TPOs stay right there. There's your support level, and off we go. I mean, it's not like this is a huge move that we're seeing right now, but who knows how far it can go.
Yeah,
Right.
well, it's got plenty of space statistically on the average daily range. So, unlike Nasdaq is already.
Do you know space to the upside or downside?
Upside.
Upside.
Yeah.
You said 68s, correct? 68s, 67s?
62s.
62s? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got 68 from.
I think that was John's.
Oh, gotcha.
kickoff,
Yeah, there's
right?
also a weekly
Yeah.
kickoff level.
All right, let's go.
67.
Yeah.
We got 62, which is a naked point of control from all the way back here. September 14th.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, right?
What's he hammering away at?
I don't know.
Oh, just emailing Santa Claus. And
Yeah.
put this on my list. Yesterday, I found we got mailed a magazine from Lego. I don't know. Of course, they know where we live.
Gotcha.
All right.
Yeah, they got us. But that was all day where boys were like markering it up and blah, 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 ripping pages out and taping them to the refrigerator saying this is what they want. And I kept you're lying to them the whole day. Yeah, put that on there, and Santa Claus will make sure.
Easy. I don't know who's listening right now.
They ain't listening.
Eddie's out today.
But no, it's fun. It's fun seeing them get all jazzed. I pretty much told them, I go, well, Santa Claus, I don't know. Doesn't really, could be true, could not. I'm not going to be one of those persons that lies them to their face. Like, oh, my, get into bed right now. He's coming tomorrow morning. Yeah. I'm like kind of giving the roll of the eyes. I'm like, yeah, well,
Let them feel the magic.
That's what I feel, man. That's watching Polar Express or something like that.
Right.
You guys ever watch that show? It's like now my kids are getting into it pretty big. All these Christmas shows at the end of the year.
Christmas shows?
Mm-hmm. Even though my wife is Jewish, but hey,
I like Home Alone. That's my go-to.
Home
I
Alone.
don't think I have a Christmas
Come on, Home Alone.
movie.
What do you mean? Come on, Home Alone. That movie rocks.
You watch Home Alone. You're like I guess you got the new GF now and her puppy at your house. So I guess she's young enough that she probably doesn't know what Home Alone is. Probably new movie for her.
Oh shit! I'm not gonna touch that one.
Just released on Netflix.
I'm not gonna touch that one.
There's a pretty big difference between me and my husband. We're like
That was good.
nearly 15 years apart. So, we have a friend who refers to me as the child's bride.
Oh my god!
Because it's like I'm gonna be 43, like, and I'm like, child bride, really? And they're like, yeah,
Deanna, can you turn off your mic just a tad?
yeah, sure. This crude oil, man, is just annoying me today.
Nothing.
Nothing. Patience.
Nothing I'd like more right now than to be up $1 on the day. Nothing I'd like to be more.
How far away are you from that?
1,426 away from that $1.
No time,
No problem.
Do you know these setups? These setups show up in the afternoons too.
I know, dude. But
You got 7 minutes to London close.
I've been groggy all day. I've been super dead the whole week because I've been Casey's been in LA, and then I've been here. So I've had all 3 of them.
Mr. Mom.
Yeah, dude, that's tough, man. I get hats off to any stay-at-home parent, mom or dad or whatever that does it solo. A solo act and kids and work and all that kind of, even though I didn't work over the weekend. I didn't even work over the weekend. I'm exhausted right now.
Huh.
I opted out of the kids.
Yeah, well, you got
No
8.
dogs.
Yeah.
You got 8 of them.
Yeah, my kids have paws. Yeah.
Michael, I saw the pictures of you and your kids over the weekend. Your kids are adorable.
And we went searching for rocks in Colorado. It's not hard to find, but we kept searching.
How old are they?
At a 5, a 4, and a 2. And the 2-year-old's
she's
just starting to like me now. The little one, yeah.
So cute.
I had her over the whole weekend, and when mom's not around, like, hopefully Casey's not watching. I'm like, I do a little. I'll stay up a little later, have a little bit more of
Definitely.
Yeah, you can have
Fun
another
dad.
bowl of cereal. Go ahead.
Fun dad, yeah.
We did a walk all the way down the river today, or on Saturday, and there's little spots of the river, like outside the river, that there's like water built up and there's ice. So me and the little girl, the littlest one, 2 years old, start walking, and then I can't hear the boys. One fell through the ice all the way up to the place. Yeah, we're down there. Yeah, and I'm like, guys, like, you're walking on ice, and then I'm realizing maybe they don't know what that means. So I had to teach the whole walk on ice while I had to get him naked down there and get wring out all his clothes and everything. He's crying. I'm like, yeah, you got to bear with me, man. It's going to get cold.
Lesson learned.
Dude.
Guys, I'm going to bow out for a little while here and get prepared for the Power Player segment. And then don't forget about group coaching after that. I look forward to seeing everybody there. Great to see you, D, as always. Great to see everybody.
Hey, see you
today, John.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Yep.
See you, Johnny.
Have fun today.
Yep.
Willie T. you're
Jack, I assume we have shoulder tap coming up here shortly.
We certainly will. Mick is going to be here probably in about 5 minutes.
Nice. And the glorious mustache. D, how's your
Why don't we
short
share an
look?
update? Why don't we share an update then, Jack?
It's
What do we got?
it's minus 0.5
for the-
R, which
Okay.
means 17 ticks down. But I'm committed now. So
Yeah. Hey, with oil,
I don't. Yeah,
can oil do big fat round numbers matter as much?
yeah,
As
they
well?
do.
Okay.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah,
So
but
that's-
this is just so slow, and I don't want to long it at this area. It just doesn't make that much sense to me.
Right.
So I'm still in a short, especially considering that the auction upside is literally just crawling, man. It's just so annoying. So yeah, I'm gonna commit to this trade. I'm gonna stay in, see what happens, and then if it's still alive at 1 p.m. Eastern, then I'm gonna cut it. I actually have it auto liquidate positions at that time, so that's the plan. So we'll see.
I like it.
Cool.
Michael, we're just trading sideways up the highs here. I don't know. He's hacking
Well,
away.
we
I
do
love
have
what he
that
does.
picture, Michael, that you asked about earlier. That
Oh,
you
yeah.
sent out.
I love it.
Yes.
Okay.
Put it out. Can you put it next to our booth?
We
That's
could probably
what
put it
they're
back and
doing.
forth at least. We could probably
Yeah.
put it next to each other too. I'm
Uh-huh.
always impressed by college football, or sorry, any kind of football announcers doing the play-by-play,
Mm-hmm.
because that's a lot of numbers to remember, a lot of things to talk about.
All I know is right now I love listening to Dolby more than I love Chris Collinsworth.
That guy is such a Scrooge, isn't he?
I don't know. Yeah.
That's your boy. I thought that was your boy.
You know, John Mad's, but boy, that guy, he'd draw anything on a chart.
Yeah.
He'd tell you any setup. If he was a trader, he would tell you any setup. Be like, this is a crossover turkey ducking. Go along the bull flag. Like what? Well, our studio is going to be eventually their studio, and they're watching they're watching football on Sunday Night Football, and we're watching market. So
Nice.
I think they're both entertaining.
I just say so.
Mm-hmm.
Just hoping.
I think the team with the most points is going to end up the winner, John Madden.
That's some. Yep.
Yep.
That's some good
Well, you know,
analysis.
today I think the team with the most points is going to be the winner. Like, well, that's a great start to my Thanksgiving. Here we go, John.
Okay.
How about them Bears, Andre?
Oh my god!
Yikes.
Jack.
Yikes.
I'm so just like
That was a bad one. That one hurt. For some reason, that one hurt.
I have a statistic for you from that game. With 4 minutes left in the game, the Bears had a 98.2 chance of winning.
And we were that
Percentage.
1.8%.
We sure were.
We were that 1.8%.
yeah. It was a deep ball. The deep ball that he threw at the very end. He had a guy crossing over, but I'm not going to be an armchair quarterback on Monday, which I just did. But
We don't know. No one knows. This team's a wreck.
it's just the worst, man.
It's bad, man.
It sucks being in a cool city, and you have all the opportunity in the world to have like this sweet ass football team in a cool city that absolutely loves football, and they haven't figured out how to make it work in 100
Years.
Yeah, so, sounds like in the English cricket team.
Yep. Oh, is that how it is over there too?
Yeah,
funny.
they're like, yeah, we're playing up against the Aussies, and we're like, yeah, you're gonna lose. No, not this time. And then they lose. So
Yep.
yeah, I think they won one tournament in the last sort of 10 years or something. It's pretty bad.
Jack, I got to ask you a question because Jazz says it. Do you like Justin Fields?
Are you asking me if he's the guy?
Yes, I guess so. Yeah.
It's a confusing question. I don't
It's
know.
very-
I don't know if the guy's possible. If the Bears had drafted Patrick Mahomes, Mitch Trubisky would be a 3-time MVP. So it's hard to know.
We ruined him, man. We just ruined him.
I really like him though, like as like a human and stuff like that. He seems like a really great guy. So I hope that with or without the Bears, that he finds a good situation.
They all do when they leave. Olsen, a Hall of Famer. But, you know, like we have
I mean, yeah, that's
Like they weren't good with us. Next thing they leave, I'm like, this guy's awesome. What up? But we're not going to turn this into Chicago. Andre can plug a couple of Chicago radio stations that are probably on fire right now talking this conversation.
I'll be listening. I'll tune in later this afternoon when I go for a walk or whatever, just to see what how psycho the callers are.
670 the score.
You know it. They go crazy, man. They just lose their shit. It's hilarious.
Man, there's been some trades today. There has been some trades today, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for a Monday and a holiday week, there was definitely setups. But dude, I don't think it's over. It's like Deanna said. Deanna, you break the trade into 3 sessions, right? You got the open, the American, and then you got lunchtime, and then you got the afternoon close, right? Yes.
That's right. Yeah. It's much better to structure your day like that, so you're not just trading straight through.
Yes.
And then each part of the session has its own little behavior. So some setups work better for the earlier part. Some setups work better for the later part of the session.
Yeah. And speaking of session, Deanna, we're looking to open up the session too. We're doing bell to bell because there is a lot of moves that are happening,
They are, yeah. I mean, I prefer to trade a lot of stuff, like ES and NQ included, towards the end of the day. So, obviously can't do it live because, but it is pretty fun, yeah.
And I may do, because there's some days where I'm like, man, the mornings I'd rather trade in the afternoons or vice versa.
They're slow, right?
Yeah. So we're opening up the show. And you guys are going to start seeing it go bell to bell. We're building out a kick-ass lineup of contributors and hosts throughout the day, because there is a quiet hour of the lunch hour.
Yeah,
I think we're going to have group coaching still within there, power still. So we got opening call, fast markets, and then power players and group coaching. And then at the end of the day, we'll probably have the last hour and a half of the trading day, like we're doing right now, talking about what's setting up, talking about talking about how the markets are finishing up.
That's right.
That's going to be Yeah, I think we have thousands of viewers that are.
You had that make Hogue Money at one point, which was running late.
Yeah.
In the session, so that was pretty fun. I used to watch those as well.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, maybe it's like a power hour or something like that. So it's all being put together, putting a lineup, getting a lot of people that are hitting us up too on any available seat that they can join. And it's kind of like interesting because I go back to yesterday with like football. Fox has their crew and the ABC has theirs and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of fun, but like there's a lot of great traders. And Deanna, it's awesome having you on with us in the morning. There's other ones that are starting to hit us up too, saying, "Hey, I'd like to work with you guys in the afternoon session or whatever." And we'll be able to fill a day up with the most enjoyable people to be around when we're talking futures. Bell to bell.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, again, I've always been a bit of a viewer. Like whenever I'm, not doing too much, and I can actually listen to stuff. I used to have the Squawk Radio in the background all the way many moons ago.
Eddie and Hogue have a soothing voice about them. Just to listen to. Yeah,
they do. Yeah. I agree.
Okay, guys. All right. Well, that being said, we got Mick in the waiting room for shoulder tap coming up. Deanna, thank you so much for joining us. Will we be seeing you for the rest of the week at all this week, or is this just a one-time appearance today?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's definitely Wednesday, but I don't know. So I need to get in touch.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And are you still in your short?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, we're monitoring that. Update us as you want.
I've married it.
We got shoulder tap coming up. We're gonna take a mini break, and while we're taking that break, let's get those subscribers up and please like us, and we'll be back in a few.
Yeah, thank you all.
Cheers.
Hey-o.
What's up, guys?
What's
There
up?
he is. There he
What's
is.
up?
Happy
How are you,
Monday.
Mick? We got our risk manager of all risk managers, Mick Aronimo, out of a beautiful Chicago office on the 42nd floor. Bolted windows, cannot jump out, so he would never jump out.
I would never jump out. Life's
You
way
help.
too
You
good.
prevent others from jumping out of their one-story homes because you're a risk manager and you give them a call and you tell them slow it down or put it in their pocket or great trading. So tell us a couple of those stories today, Mick. And how's your weekend?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I've had some scary conversations with people when it comes to trading, be it live money, sim money. Definitely try and calm some people down, let them know everything's okay, and there's a lot more to life than trading when they find themselves in a weak moment. But the weekend was great. Got a lot of stuff done around the house. Went out, did a little skeet shooting yesterday. I actually brought my wife and daughter with me. It's funny, we got these little earmuffs for her for the noise, and instead of having something on top of the head that goes over, it wraps around because they've got that soft spot on the head. So what it did was it scrunched her forehead down so she looked like the brain from Pinky and the Brain with like a frown, but she was smiling with a frown. We took so many pictures of it. We were crying, laughing.
That's
it was
hilarious.
a ton of fun. Yeah. Shot pretty well too, which I was happy about. So it was nice to get out there. How were your weekends?
Good. I shared mine, Andre. Nobody asked you about yours.
I did some quiet time. Yeah. Thanks for coming around to me eventually. It was good. What did I do? Friday, just watched the Bulls game. Yes, I laid low, like girlfriend life now, dude. Laying low.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Another
good.
depressing Sunday out of our Chicago Bears.
That was something. That was an all-timer.
Andre, really quickly on that, they do say in Chicago you get a girlfriend before the winter starts. So you got that. You got that on very well. Those that haven't been in Chicago, you get a girlfriend before the winter starts because the winter is hunkered down time.
Yep, just following the script out here.
Yep. All right, Mick, what do you got?
Guys, I got a lot of good stuff. I've got shout outs from people in our express funded accounts. I've got shout outs for people in our live accounts. We're coming off a really great week last week. Shout out first to Patrick Wieland. He made $8,000 on Friday in the afternoon after the segment. He's up 13,000 in the markets today. So big shout out to him.
Wieland.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see his boat?
No, I didn't see his boat.
Holy bananas. Okay,
Is it bigger than mine?
Oh, come on. We're going to play that game? We're going to play that game. That's what you boat guys say, don't you?
Hey,
yeah,
tradertainment.
It is very similar. It's very similar to yours, though.
Nice.
And you guys could probably talk boats or whatever.
I know he's got me beat on the truck with that Raptor he's driving.
Yeah, well. But the boat, what it says behind on the boat, I'll let him post it. But he posted over the weekend. If we have that post, we should definitely share it and also find out what kind of boat it is because it looks like your boat and it says a company that we're familiar with on the back of his boat.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, good on you. I can't wait to see the boat, Patrick. I do have shout outs for LB. This was her first day in the live account. She's up $8,800 trading crude oil and mini Dow. She's up most of it in the crude oil, but a little bit in the mini Dow. Fatima, $11,000 on Friday. So not trading today that I've seen, but wanted to give a shout out to her. Trading in the live account up 11 grand. Little jab in the ribs for Michael here. Looked like you were kind of firing from the hip this morning, although I do see you've salvaged some of your day and down 1,500 after being down about 3 grand.
Told you guys he'd be watching. I told you.
Any chance I get to give you a little shit, I will take it.
You saw it was going to get bad there for a split second, but then
yes, I was checking my Slack too to see if you were going to be asking for a larger loss limit.
No, five's enough. It actually should be 3, but I would have hit it today because I think I was at 3,100. But
just sharing for our viewer. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, he's sharing because you are not in real time like I can, but as a funded trader, you can request your daily loss limit to be removed or decreased or increased. size to be adjusted, blah, blah, blah. That's what Topstep is. We're a real prop firm that we're really going to try to help you out. And we're going to take you to live trading if you're really kicking ass. So that's why Mick will keep an eye on me. Some of the live ones that get bigger and bigger, we'll probably have a little bit more opportunity that can be like me and Slack Mick or say, hey, move it to 7,000 if you can right now, blah, blah, blah. But that's our way of helping. But Mick's going to talk about all the traders he helps out with. But just want you guys to know you can adjust at the funded level, no loss limit, tighter loss limit, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, within reason. I mean, last week I had someone that I turned down. They had 4,000 left in their account after having a back-to-back $3,000 losing days. They've got $4,000 left in their account, and they asked me for an expanded daily loss limit on their live account when they already had $3,000. I'm like, no, like you shouldn't even be risking 500 on your next trading day, let alone 3,000, which they did end up hitting that 3,000, and they've got $1,000 left. That's the kind of stuff that's a bad question. Don't ask me that because I'm a little bit passionate about what I do and helping traders, and you're just going to piss me off if you ask me that. And that's
guys, that comes from a place that we're here to help. And when we get, it's tough love on our end. We're like, no, come on, like you're trading like shit. I'm not opening you up. So when I say open you up, there's times where you can make the request, and then we'll be like, hey, why and stuff like that. But we're a prop firm that's actually really trying to help traders get in better positions because it's beneficial to everybody here, not only to the tilt data, but also to the prop firm risk management. And the risk management team is always here to do that. So Nick, always love hearing all those conversations you have, the tough ones as well.
Yeah, our job is to keep you in your accounts as long as possible, not let you hang yourselves. Right. And that person was asking for me to let him hang himself, and I said no. So before I get into the trading cards, I got some other big numbers I want to rattle off to some of our traders that are in the XFAs. Huge shout out to Jung. He's up $18,000 trading today. Brings his account balance to $34K. So hot stuff there. Really excited to see that. Another big notable day to Joseph and his XFA. He's up $15,000 today. They're trading the equity indices. And then Chow up $9,500 in their XFA today. So I think I covered all the big numbers. We do have Ramez in the live account. He was up $9,800 last I looked. He caught a nice little bit of this upside move in the NASDAQ. So that was some new info. But I want to talk to you guys about some traders we called up from XFA to live just last week. First one, Michael, I thought about you and that tattoo, the jab, jab, jab. Can we pull up the trading card show it to the group here.
I'm not a boxer. I probably get my ass kicked in the ring, but I do believe in jabbing away at things in life because I used to look for uppercuts, shortcuts, all that kind of stuff. So, it didn't ever work for me.
Yeah, you're not a small guy, though. I wouldn't want to tango with you in the ring.
I told you I broke up a fight over the weekend at the Belly Up in Aspen. Two guys at the bar were like face to face. Blah blah, you fuck, blah blah blah, all that. And I just walked up like guys, tried to mediate. Yeah, it worked. Excellent. Cooler heads prevailed. But yeah,
excellent. There's always a better solution than getting physical.
Yes, usually.
Speaking of solutions. Let's pull up the trading card for Yonut. He's got the solution to fiddling the markets and just jab, jab, jab. Trading out of the UK, Yonut is in he was in a 50K XFA, transferred to live. This is awesome. We got to figure out a way where we can show these trading, the trade reports that we have on our admin, because if anybody was looking at this trade report, my jaw dropped. I was like, this is killer. Don't shake your head at me and be like, oh, average daily P&L is only 364. Yonut has traded 29 days in their XFA. 86% winning days out of 29 days. 76% winning trades. That is awesome trading. Awesome. And that is the trading, Andre, we were speaking about it last week and the week before. That consistent profitability is exactly what you want to see when you're trading to justify scaling up your position size.
Yes, sir.
Yonut trades 1 lots and 2 lots. And with those statistics and that consistency, they should be able to gradually increase their position sizing, and then you see that average daily P&L go from 364 to 728 kind of thing, and then so on and so forth. That's how you scale your trading business. So Yonut's in a very, very good position. They've been trading well, but in a great position to keep scaling what they're doing and taking a lot more money out of the market. So I will say that, Yonut's theme here is jab, 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 but the theme for the day is people being patient and being selective with their trades, because out of all the trading cards we're going to talk about today, you're going to see the average trades per day in the very low numbers. Yonut's averaging 5 trades per day, trading small size. I really like the average hold times on all of these people I'm going to feature today in the trading cards. You guys have heard me say it. For those of you that haven't heard me say it, I think for day traders, the traders that are taking chunks out of the market, big chunks of money, or at least being profitable, they're catching a piece of the trend for the day. They have their long or short bias, and they're working that side of the market as opposed to in and out, long, short, long, short, long, short kind of thing. So this is pretty impressive with a 1-to-1 risk reward. I can't remember the dollar numbers, but they were very low on what they're risking per trade on average versus what they're losing. So just this is great, and I am impressed that they were able to put up statistics like this with a 1-to-1 risk reward. But I will say the one area, and I was really clawing at something to say work on an area for improvement, and that was being impatient with the losing trades. They do have, while their average hold time on winners is 30 minutes, it's a little bit longer on the losing trades. And I think they're probably just patient with those losing trades because they're so used to having winning trades and winning. So, were you going to say something, Michael?
Nope. Keep going, Mick.
I was just going to say, super happy to call this trader up to the live account. If they can keep doing what they've been doing in the XFA, they're going to be here with us for a very, very long time. So hopefully it's a very profitable relationship. Kind of breaking routine here. Speaking of Yonut, if we could go back to one of the cards from Friday, that trader that Brett had featured, Kyle A. I see some similarities here with Kyle, and I just wanted to point that out. Super high winning trades, super high winning days, and averaging only 1.5 trades per day. Average daily P&L is small. But this is someone we called up to live last week, and when I was putting together the card for Yonut, I was like, Kyle looked a lot like this. So I just wanted to share that. Really good stuff with Kyle.
This is not the Kyle that everybody knows, though, right?
This is not the Kyle everybody knows. So Kyle, one of our very large traders that we called up to a live account a few weeks ago, he was the guy that put up that $60,000 losing day. We've talked about him since then. He's down $3,000 on the day. But if you recall, Kyle is very content risking $3,000's a lot of money, but he's content risking $3,000 a day because he's always looking to put up a lot more. So, it's going to take a lot of $3,000 losing days to wipe out the $20,000 winners, the $60,000 winners. So while it might be big risk for a lot of us out there, it's not uncommon for him. And speaking of larger traders that we have at our prop firm that we called up to live, Hugh from France is also down 3,000 on the day. So it's not uncommon for me to see these guys when I come in the morning, either down $3,000 or up 20 grand. So that's just kind of what we see out of those big swingers, but they are big swingers that manage their risk. Just like when we had Danny trades on last week, he was talking about what he's looking to make in a day, and he's talking about what he's risking in a day per ticks. And I was thinking about it. I'm still a little not irritated, but it irritated me when one of our viewers had said he's just gambling, because it is not gambling. He's risking $3,000 a day. He put up $73,000 that one day. It would take 20-something $3,000 losing days to wipe out a $73,000 winning day. So that ain't gambling, folks. He's got his risk management measured out meticulously. So good stuff there. Speaking of more good stuff, if we could, I want to pull up a card for Janot. And really quickly, while everybody's digesting this card, I just got a little thing about low battery on my headset. JD, could you help me grab the red cord from the top of my computer?
I love Cape Town. I always said if I ever had to start life all over again, it's Cape Town, South Africa.
We're not telling the people that.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be our spot. Yeah, meet you there. We have to flee the States. I'll meet you there.
Yep. Clifton Beach. How you doing here?
Clifton Beach. Yeah. Good times there.
Mm-hmm.
Mick, you want to keep going? Or
yeah,
no?
let's keep going. Sorry. I just want to make sure I don't lose you because I'm on a roll here with these guys. Our traders are on a roll.
Go until it dies. Yeah, go until it dies.
So, Janot spent 11 short days trading in their XFA before we called them up to live. They're trading super nicely here. Again, the 82% winning days. This is what we're seeing. You stretch, it's going into my headset. If you can stretch that out a little bit. 11 days in the XFA, 82 winning days. For those of you that have seen this segment before with the trader success metrics, we have a little bit of a table that takes a large sample size of our traders who get called up to the live accounts. Thank you, JD. They about 80% winning days is what we typically see from those traders. So this is in line and par with what we're seeing.
Boy, these winning percentages are really impressive from these top 3 cards we've seen in the 80s all the time. I mean, look, yeah. Oh, we got
all right, guys. Mick is working on a mic that's still working, but wasn't working. Now it's not working. So,
we'll go. All right, Mike. What do we see on this trading card, real quick? How about you and I talk about it?
Well, seeing the tradings. Well, already I know they live in a sweet spot. That's what I'm looking at.
So they got that
Cape Town. So instantly, they're a good trader, in my opinion. That knows how to pick great locations.
Yep.
Entries, locations. How you like that? And I would say that they've been here since 2020, so that's 3 years. So they've been a grinder. They've been jabbing. 82% winning days. Hell of a streak they're on now. I don't know how far back that goes. I don't know how long they've been funded on this. Average 7 trades a day.
That's a pretty good sweet spot, right?
That's a great sweet spot because I think we talk about all the time on here on TopstepTV to not over trade because it's one of the biggest detrimental things to your trading. But yeah, that's what what are you gathering? 1-to-1 risk reward, 9,000 in profits. So you 9,000 in payouts. Wow. Okay.
Well, the whole time's letting those winners ride. I know when I started off trading, one of my biggest flaws was I would hold my losers longer than my winners. I know we saw that in the previous 2 cards. I want to say, here Janot is showing that holding your, letting those winners ride. We talk about it all the time. Let them ride. Cut your losers early. Obviously, easier said than done, but it can be done as we're seeing right here. I mean, this is a very one-to-one risk reward. Already taken $9,000 in payouts from XFA. This is a ideal standout example of how to trade here at Topstep. I think that's a formula for success and sustained profits, and that's the name of the game. I know we're not showing all these average daily P&Ls, $10,000, $5,000, but folks, realistically, this is the sweet spot. $1,300 day.
Yes, thank you.
This is real. This is real. Okay, we can show you like the movie, the Hollywood crap. That's not real. That's not. You're not gonna have $10,000 days, day in and day out trading couple, 2-3 lots. This is what we here at Topstep. This is real. This is a personification of your real trader that's going to be sustained profitable for a long time. So,
and that you said that's a perfect way to put it because average daily P&L 1,300. I remember I got to myself where I got myself to the point where I knew I could walk in the markets and put up like confidently $1,000 a day average. I'm like, I can come in here, I can start a day, I can put up $1,000 a day average. Then I'd start moving it to 1,600 was like my sweet spot towards the 2008 when I was really banging out a great you get yourself into like a good comfort zone and you start to go, what type of trader am I? You look at your trade reports and be like, I'm averaging $300 a day.
Yeah,
I'm averaging $500 a day. I'm averaging
$1,000 that over the year and you're like, holy shit, I'm rich.
Yeah. And then you start to bang that out. But that's like after you have so many days. You don't have like a couple days going like, holy shit, I'm averaging this. No, it's like after you see 6 months of your data put together, like I'm averaging this a day.
No, you can find that's where you find out. I would say a 6 month sample size. You kind of figure out what kind of trader you are. You've essentially seen, You haven't seen every trade. You haven't seen every chart setup. You haven't seen every market type, but you're getting a pretty good cross section of how the markets are. So, after 6 months, you can probably go out. Obviously, we track your stats. You track your stats. You can go out and find out what kind of trader you really are.
Yep. Matt, Mick, are you back?
I'm back, I believe.
Cool.
Audio is probably not going to be as good because we're coming off the webcam, and I can hear myself, but I'll be able to finish this way. Sorry about that, guys. I know they were in good hands.
No, all good. We're just talking about, and we're talking like it's a very good trading card. This is the ideal, I say, top step trader that people should strive for. These stats are exactly what keeps you in the game for, months and then years. It turns into a career. This is what gets you paid.
Yeah,
let's do it.
There's a way that we could modify the trade reports and get them up on the screen where you could see everything, because these trade reports there's a lot of stuff there.
Well, let's do that. Let's make that part of something we do here in the next couple of weeks, is to get that going. So if we wish it, let's make it happen, because that would probably be a better snapshot. This is a good snapshot, but then we can kind of move in to say, here's what we're seeing on their trade reports. Because the trade reports is also, we want to talk about this because everybody here has trade reports, if you're trading here at TopStep, that you want to look at, because Andre, we used to always say it was like the man in the mirror. Like, you could say you're this type of trader, but until you actually look at your stats, that's the type of trader you are. When you look at your stats, you're like, hey, dude, you're shooting for like this $1 million a year trader, which blah, blah, blah. You're not even over the last, 10 trading accounts or 10 months of trading or 10 days of trading, you haven't even averaged above $100 a day average. They're like, well, that's nothing. Well, put up a break-even average over like a 30, 60 days.
Right.
And that, to me, is where you build the foundation as a trader. And then you start to build up to these $1,300 days that we're looking at right here.
You were a football player, Michael. Like, you're a wide receiver, and in game you think you're running the perfect route or something, but then you got to go back and watch your film. You're like, oh, I cut that route off a yard short or a yard too long. But in real time, you think you executed perfectly, but the play didn't work. So in your trading, you think the setup, you executed perfectly, but then you go back and review your stats, you review the market, and then you say, I was off here, I was off there. So that's kind of that's what these trading cards are.
Yep. So we'll get a trade report one behind this one, so we go bang here, and then here's a couple of the line items on the trade report that we liked, and here's why.
Yep. All right, we got like 1 or 2 more minutes until we got to turn it over to the next segment. But Mick, real quick before we get off, how much of your role as risk manager is psychologist versus being like bad cop?
Well, I like the bad cop stuff.
Yep.
People need that. People need to hear that, especially in trading. It's a performance-based industry.
Yep.
You need to be real, sometimes harsh.
Okay.
But I always want to know why people are doing what they're doing. And if people need to explain it to themselves, they need to frame out and have reason why they're taking the trades they're taking.
Mm-hmm.
So they should be able to answer to me and tell me that. And if they don't have a good answer, I kind of lead to them like, hey, why are you taking this trade then? You should weed that stuff out in the future.
Awesome. Yeah.
But the psychology is a huge portion of it.
And I guess kind of like athletes in sports too. Sometimes you need a pat on the back, and sometimes you need a kick in the ass. It's different strokes for different folks. But I'm sure that's when you have these conversations.
I get to do a lot of both.
What's that?
I get to do a lot of both of those.
Okay, yeah, very good.
I like the pat on the backs, but the tough cop stuff though is where people actually can really learn and progress. So I think that's more effective. It's not as fun, but people need that.
Yeah, it's not being done out of a place of you're not trying to punish or anything. I think it's sometimes you have to have your eyes opened up to hey, come on, we got to trade better. Asking for a bigger loss limit when you have $1,000 in the account. Come on, we got to be real here. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
we're doing it for your own
people
good.
People aren't going to learn anything from coddling them.
Yes. So, all right. Well, with that being said, we got to turn the clock over here to the next segment.
All right, Mick. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm cutting out too. I'm ending my day.
Patak. We'll keep trading this afternoon. Have a good week. We'll keep the train on time here while you're out enjoying much deserved holiday in Legoland. I'm gonna go
put a bazillion Lego pieces together in SoCal, California.
Yeah, you're SoCal, bro.
That sounds pretty awesome. The kids will love it. Have a fun time.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming on, Mick. Andre, I'll see everybody. Happy good trading week. And for those in the States that celebrate Thanksgiving give a text or a thank you to somebody that you're grateful for, or all that kind of good stuff. So it's always a good time of year to do that.
Yes.
I'm out. I'll have a great travel time. You guys have a great trading week. We'll see you.
Stick around, folks, for Thomas Becker, CEO of the Financial Cloud, is coming on next. We're thankful for that as well.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Awesome. All right, guys. See you.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, good morning / afternoon, depending on, I guess, where you are. Welcome to the Power Players segment. We've got a very special guest today here. Thomas Becker is with us. Thomas is the CEO and founder of the Financial Cloud, an educational community with live trading that teaches auction market theory as well as easy algos, an algo-based community that provides strategies and education on automated trading. Thomas is from Madison, Wisconsin, been trading futures for 6 years. Welcome, Thomas. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. Pretty excited to be here today.
And we're glad to have you with us. You're from Madison, Wisconsin. I understand that's one of the top cities in the country to live in, but it probably means you're a Packer fan.
I am a Packer fan, yeah. I actually live outside the city, but I figured I'd put Madison so people kind of knew where I lived.
Are you anywhere around the shores of Lake Mendota?
No, I live out in the country in a small town called Jefferson, which is a little farming community, so not much happens here.
Yeah, it keeps things nice and quiet for you, huh?
Yeah, I got kids, so it's a good safe area to raise them.
Nice.
Very nice. How many kids you got?
Kind of quiet. Thomas, could you turn up your mic a little bit more?
Yeah.
You can crank it.
All right, how's that?
So maybe a little bit soft, maybe a little better. We'll see how it goes.
Let me see if I can crank it up on the computer. Open volume.
It's pretty cool, Mike. It's lit up.
Oh, you know what?
How about now?
Much better.
I had the wrong microphone selected. It should be much better now.
Sure is.
Yeah. Right. Very good.
Yeah, it's my Hypercast.
Got it. How many kids you got?
I got two little girls, 2 and 4.
Girls. Very fun. Very fun. They're the best, aren't they?
Yeah, they give me a lot of joy and a lot of headaches.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got two. I've got a girl who's 26 and a boy who's 24.
Ah, so now you're dealing in the part where you just give them money.
Pretty
No, they don't. They probably always cost, but they give back tenfold.
Pretty much. You've got that done already.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, Thomas has some links that we can put into the chat so you can look him up on your own. But we're very interested in kind of hearing about your path as a trader. Now you've mentioned that you were a discretionary trader. Now you're pretty much all algo. Tell us, from the beginning, what got you into trading, and we'll go from there.
I have a typical Wall Street bets entry into trading. So, wanted to strike it rich fast, learned really hard lessons really fast. So I think it was like 7 years ago, I was over at my brother-in-law's house, and he's like, hey, I'm going to send you this link. If you sign up, we each get a free stock. And he sent me a link for Robinhood. And then I got approved for options like 6 months later. I was doing good just trading penny shares for a while, just trying to figure it out. And, I was like, I made like $100 today. That's not bad, right?
Right.
And then I got in options trading and started researching. I found like stocktwits.com, joined a couple rooms there. Then I found Discord, started joining different Discord communities, learned more about options trading, started doing that. At the time, making $50 a day was exciting. And little did I know that was going to lead down to a really dark rabbit hole. But I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have this story. So I started options trading, probably lost like 15 grand. And I had like $1,000 left in my account. And I went all in on a stock, Cigna. And then Trump came out and signed a healthcare reform tax credit bill. And I made $250,000 overnight.
Holy cow. Wow. That's some luck, huh?
Yeah, then I was addicted from there. So I took 150 grand out, paid off all my debt, my student loans, my wife's student loans. And then I had 100K left, and I gambled that away over the next 6 months. So that was fun. And then I kind of took a break. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, do I? And I took a year off, and it was probably about 6 months to a year. Came back, started really honing down. I learned supply and demand. I learned Elliott Wave. I learned Wyckoff. Like anything I could get my hands on, I was just like a sponge. And I joined a couple of really big trading communities. Eventually got featured in a couple of big Discords as like a TA specialist, where you share your charts and ideas, and started growing a following there. And then I was like, why is no one automating this stuff? It's like everyone, when you're trading, it's so emotional. You see yourself up and you see yourself down, and you want to make knee-jerk reactions, and you end up usually selling at support because you're down $1,000. You're like, I'm just going to cut my losses. And I was like, if I can take the emotions out of it and automate it, I think I know what I'm doing. I just need to take that human element out of it. And so the last 3 years, I've been working on that. I started the Financial Cloud as just kind of a newsletter originally, and we started sending out Sunday newsletters with, important events on the week, data releases, our stocks that we were looking at that we liked. We're like, here's why we like the charts. They have this setup. They have fundamentals say this. This is why we like them. And then we'd give like 10 different options for, it's like, hey, if you want to just trade shares, you could do that. If you want to sell covered calls, you could do that. And we think it's going to go here potentially. And we just give our opinion and people could take it and do what they want with it. And then 6 months after I launched the newsletter, we launched our first automated alerts, not necessarily automated trading, but we created alerts off of options flow. So we would analyze options flow. We'd figure out like, where are the whales buying? Where is there if there's just like rapid call buying in a stock, we would be able to alert that automatically. So it was a really good way for people to see like where the money was flowing, and they could follow it if they wanted. And so we had a community for that for 2 years, and we still have that community. We've shifted more away from alerts and more towards education though. So I hired the two best traders that I could find. Both are extremely talented. Sig and Dapper are their nicknames in the Discord, and they are extremely good at teaching auction market theory, which I think is the best way to day trade. I'm sure you are familiar with auction market theory.
Yes, I am.
I think if you're going to be trading futures, I think it's one of the best ways to trade it. I think it's reliable, it's repeatable, and it takes a little bit practice, obviously, but I think it's something if you dedicate yourself to, you can really learn and get good at. So they run the Financial Cloud for me day to day, and they do live trading every day. And then I run my startup now is called Easy Algos. It's a closed community of just 50 people. And I do that to protect the integrity of the algos because I don't want too many people trading the exact same entries, obviously. But
right.
And they all run different things. We all have different setups. Like, for instance, like I might trade something that is suited for my account that is, $100,000. But if someone has a $5,000 account, they don't necessarily want to trade the same thing I'm trading because they might trade micros. I might trade minis. I might trade a more aggressive setup. They might trade a more, conservative. And with that, you can tailor that stuff. It's really nice that we can trade micros or minis and kind of tailor to your own risk level.
Of course,
so it's been a long journey, but I'm extremely happy where I'm at. It's been a long time coming, and I'm very happy with how everything's turning out. I think everyone in the communities are happy too.
So you've certainly taken your lumps, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had days where I've lost 6 figures, and I've had days where I've made 6 figures, and I tell you what, it's not good for your emotions.
No,
I've had days where I put my head in my hands and I was like, what did I just do?
But it seems to be important to the progress of any trader is to feel what it's like to have that happen and then not want it to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good kick in the balls to really motivate you to not want to do that again. There's days where I'd put sticky notes in my computer and be like, don't do this. Don't trade the opening range because you're going to get burned every time. Wait till Euro close because that's when market stability, kind of evens out and you can see the trend a lot better. I used to put sticky notes on my monitors when I was manual trading to remind myself.
So are you pretty much just trading futures as a day trader now, or are you still working on some of the options and some of the stocks?
Yeah, I still do options trading. It's a lot more swing based and a lot more wheel based. So, selling options, long-term, 3 months to year out options. So that way I don't have to monitor it all the time. I sit here and I want to make sure my algorithms are working. So I try to monitor theirs as much as possible because nothing's worse than, say, your computer crashes or something and you're stuck in a trade and
no stop, no nothing.
Well, if everything's working, everything should have stopped. But
Right.
I've had it before where, you send an order to the server and it gets rejected, and you got to make sure you're there to go place it yourself if that happens.
Okay. So you're basically just kind of way out of the money long-term, collecting premium and letting them follow, right?
Yeah. So, my primarily way of trading options now is long-term investing. So let's say I want to invest in Microsoft. Well, instead of just going and buying the stock, if I like the price point, I'll just sell some puts below. And if I get exercise, then I'll go long on the stock and I'll exercise those puts to buy the stocks. And then when I'm long on, let's say I'm in shares, then I'll start selling covered calls.
Covered
So
calls.
that way, yeah. And then if those calls get exercised, I'll sell puts again. When those get exercised, I'll sell covered calls. And let's say those covered calls expire worthless, I'll do it again and again and again. And that's the way, I pick my favorite stocks, and I have my universe of stocks, and that's kind of how I do my long-term investing while I do my day trading with the algorithms. And yeah, I still do manually day trade, of course, from time to time.
Mhm.
But I find that I tend to get emotional, and I know that about myself. So if I can be like an 80% trader. The problem is that 20% I lose, I go down the rabbit hole and I keep trying to double down to get my losses back. So, and I'm sure that's what a lot of traders do. And I know that about myself. So, usually if I have a good day, I'll just go and do something else and I'll turn everything off. And, there's no point in over trading. If you have a good day, go enjoy it.
Right. For sure. Are you, I've seen people, just kind of collecting premium for weeks, months, even years at a time. But that one day when something happens and they're short those options, you can get whacked on those days. You can lose a year on those.
Yeah, if you're selling naked options, absolutely. Mine are all backed by shares. So, worst case, I'm going to lose my shares and my premium, and I'll still end up making money on it usually. So I've never had like one of those days where like you sell a naked call and you get trapped on the worst side. And even with that, if you were to do that, you should always have like a stop loss in place in terms of like, if you're down 10%, you buy your position back, right?
Right.
So everything should always have a risk and reward. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful.
All right. Your algos, pretty much mostly futures?
All futures. I run them on Topstep as well, and they work great. You guys have been really good at allowing algo traders to, work within your prop firm, unlike some other prop firms out there that don't necessarily like people trading algos. And I get why, you have those high frequency traders that try to take advantage of things where, mine only take 2 to 3 trades a day. They wait for the right setups and they work great, and it's worked really good for me so far. I'm sure the market will humble me in the future like it always does. But yeah, I do, NQ, ES, YM, micros as well, and RTY, just the main ones. I've been working on developing some more exotic ones like oil and natural gas and gold and, the euro and things like that. But, the markets that move are the ones that you want to play the most. And those are the ones that are the most consistent, have the lowest slippage or, difference between the bid and ask. Because if you trade the more exotic, then, you're instantly in a bad position if you get a bad fill. That was one of the things I learned when I dabbled into Forex. I was like, oh, this is not fun when you're down $200 on entry.
Right. So, right. Well, yeah, those Forex is, you're at the whim of the liquidity pool, right? They're the ones that pick the spreads. But how difficult? Did you have coding knowledge? Did you know how to create algos and automated trading, or is this something that you learned along the way?
So I went to school originally in college for computer science and coding. So I did have a coding background, but I got out of it for 15 years. So I had to pick it back up. And while I was teaching myself, I did outsource a lot of stuff where I'd go hire coders. I joined a really good community earlier this year. Shout out to my friend Jacob. And it's really been helping me hone my algos down and really figure out what I was doing wrong. A lot. And I started out, everything seemed that all the long based algos seemed to make more money. And so I was heavily weighted into those. And then, we go through a market correction and nothing's working. You're losing for weeks. And I was like, I need to have a balanced portfolio of ones that long and short. And then, you have to figure out, like, how do you back test properly? How do you forward test? How do you make sure that your algos are uncorrelated so they're not firing at the same time? Because, you want a good mix of things that trade different environments. So you want trend-based algos, you want chop-based algos, you want mean reversion algos, because, most of the time the market's just chopping between ranges. You don't really have, what is it, like 20% of days are actually trend-based. The rest are just the market, settling price action from the previous day.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was going to ask you that. I mean, I've never traded automated. I don't code. I'm too old, I think, to learn how to do that at this point. But there's different market states, and you kind of answered this question: is you've created different algos for different market states. Now,
yeah.
If it's a range bound or if it's an uptrend or a downtrend, you've got algos that you're going to run in those types of situations. How do you determine the market state with enough accuracy to choose the right algo to turn on?
That's the beauty. I run them all the time.
You run them all the time?
Yep. I trying to pick and choose. There's no way to statistically backtest that. So, like, you're just messing with your statistics. So, for me, I run, data sets up to 2 years back. I try to determine, like, how the market's been trading over the last 2 years, and then I'll optimize my algos for that data. And then every quarter, I will re-optimize the data. So if some new news comes out, I will then go and I'll look at it, the performance. And if I need to make adjustments, I'll tweak and do what I have to do. And I think that's, there's no perfect algo out there. That's why I have, a collection of a dozen different algorithms that work together. I may lose $2,000 on one today that's trying to short, but if I coded it correctly, it shouldn't be trying to short in a day that we're above opening range high, So a lot of it's just making sure that the algo picks the correct environment to trade in. So, like, let's say you wanted to have like a trending environment, you might have it where you cannot go short if price is above the 20 moving average. And that's just a simple thing that you could do. Or, you could do like a larger moving average. Say if we're above the 200-day, we're potentially trending in the direction up, and then you might want to place an entry when we come back to retest that. So you're buying the retest of the breakout. That's something that a lot of breakout traders will do, is they won't buy the initial breakout, they'll buy the retest.
The retest.
Even if you see today, we had that large opening range, and then we had the retest, and then we've been trending up ever since that retest.
Right.
So, I have volatility and news-based algorithms too. So they detect unusual volume, and they'll look at the market and say, okay, this is unusual volume. The market's trending up. I'm going to try to piggyback that for a quick 10-second trade. And that usually only trades opening range, because that's usually when we get the unusual volume. But, you might get a data release from something in the war overseas, and you might get, something in the afternoon like FOMC, or you might get a Fed speaker or something like that that'll move the market. They'll say something about interest rates, or there'll be a treasury note dump or something like that. Then all of a sudden you have people jumping in for liquidity. And I think it's just, if people are going to get into it, you have to know what you're doing, not only with the code wise, but you have to know markets. So I think it's one of the most specialized ways of trading, but I think it is also can be one of the most lucrative if you can figure it out. But
right.
It took me 3 years, so don't think you're just going to do it overnight. So
I was going to say, there's a lot of work that goes into this, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a ton. And Ninja Trader is great because you can actually build your strategies in the strategy analyzer builder or the strategy builder, so you don't actually need to know how to code anymore. A lot with these programs, you can go in and say, I want to build a strategy. I want it to buy based on these conditions, and I want it to sell based on these conditions. And you can do that within Ninja Trader, which I know you guys work with.
Sure. But is that, there'd be pretty kind of simple rule-based if this, then that types of situations. Is that really what you're creating?
that's all code is. It's if this happens, do this, else do this, otherwise do this, and it's just defining your rules specifically for what you want to trade. And if you have a certain style that you like to trade and you can define that in that type of environment, you could probably go make an algorithm for your style of trading. And I think that's, any good trader should have a system, I think, because if you don't have a system that you can tweak, how do you know what you're really doing if you're just willy-nilly in it all day and be like, I just like to trade when I see a big green candle? That's never going to be long-term sustainable.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly have to have reasons for what you're doing, and a basic system or strategy, because you want to know if you're trading outside that strategy, you're only going to get good kind of reviewable information if you are consistently doing things. So and I think these algos are kind of a good way to just make sure you are consistently doing these things.
Yeah, and I've been trading real cash money for a few months now. I am overall positive, so that is happy to say that. And I just started algo trading in December. I did sims for the first 6 months to figure out if my stuff works.
Mm-hmm.
I started probably real trading money in June, July. Got my ass kicked. Got my butt kicked the first 2 months. Once we went through a correction, I took the cash accounts down. I started testing them out on Topstep and designing them to have low drawdowns. And Topstep has actually made me refine the way I make algorithms because of the rules they put in place to protect traders. And I think not only does it help traders learn how to trade better, but it does also help me learn how to make better algorithms. Because if I can make algorithms that play within your rules, they're probably pretty good. I will say, I wish you guys allowed more micros though, so that I could play a little bit more around with those. But
Understood. It's
I know you guys are working on that.
It's something we're working on. Yeah. So, hopefully, I don't have a timeline, of course, but hopefully that'll happen sooner than later. But so if you have to go back and tweak one of your algos, is that a time-consuming effort to do that, or is it kind of plug and play?
So one really cool thing that I love about NinjaTrader, and I've been working with Nick Dolby to suggest things for Topstep X2, because I know you guys are working on potentially building an API into that, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
They actually have it where you can go and have the computer optimize your algorithms for you. So you'll pick your data sets that you want to optimize over. So I say I want to optimize for the last 2 years. I could say, okay, I want to optimize the last 2 years. I want to know what the best RSI levels are to trade over the last 2 years. And I want to say, I want my algo to have a range between 5 and 50 RSI. It'll then use machine learning, a form of it. They'll run iterations between 5 and 50, and they'll give me the best results back. And then it's my job to run that live and see if it works live as well, because, we can test as much as we want on the past. That doesn't mean it's going to happen again. We like to think it does. That's why trading works, right? Because patterns tend to repeat, but they don't always repeat exactly the same.
Right. It seems like similar things happen, but nothing happens exactly the same twice ever.
No. When we switched to 0-day expirations on a lot of options, the market started trading different. We started getting more mean regression back to open, and with people selling options, they want those to expire. So you see a lot more volatility now intraday, and you see a lot more closes being closer to the opens. I don't know if you guys have noticed that or not, but I think it was about a year ago, SPX went to every day, and then all these options are going to 0 DTE. And now you even have Robinhood selling 24-hour shares, which I don't understand how that works. They probably have to create a special class or something, but I think it's crazy. Everything's going towards more and more and more. And so you're getting more volume, more volatility, and more regression.
Is option volatility and like activity factored into your futures algos?
I have all of those past ones I've made. I currently don't use them. I would have to connect basically a third-party data source for NinjaTrader to trade it, and because they don't provide options volume, I would have to connect like a Interactive Brokers or like a TD Ameritrade. Well, now it's Charles Schwab, which I don't know if I love that, but yeah, you'd have to connect a third-party data source on that, and because I didn't want to do that, I haven't really tried to do that yet. But I have created automated options trading through TD Ameritrade in the past, where we would trade off of our options alerts.
Okay. We do have there's a lot of futures traders that focus on, the popular strike prices for options, and with the the short-term options. We get a lot of folks are kind of focusing on the liquidity that those provide in the futures markets. Is that something that you look at? I mean, I think there's some websites like Unusual Whales put those out, I think. A couple other websites.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of websites where you can follow options flow. I mean, there's there's Cheddar Flow, there's Unusual Whales, Bar Chart I think has it now. There's Tradeatics, which we use we actually partnered with Tradeatics and OpenBB to provide options flow and data to our Discord servers, and so those are really good. Cheap alternatives. Unusual Whales is good. It's got a cheap platform as well if you want to watch options flow. And really, like, the reason you want liquidity is just so that you're not trying to get a wide bid ask and getting a bad fill. It's the same thing with futures. You want to make sure you're getting the best fills so you have the best advantage of making profit.
Your market
had an option with 5 volume. You could have $1 spread and be down $100 on entry.
Right when you get in, right? Right. Just the liquidity. I mean, the market has a tendency to go to liquidity. So I think a lot of traders are kind of looking at that as the liquidity from the options bleeding into the futures.
I mean, when you're looking at options and how it affects futures, you're looking at, are people generally long? Are they generally short? Are they going to get caught underwater? So then you get a squeeze. Mm-hmm. And so you're looking, at maybe a gamma squeeze there. Or if you're looking at, say, someone, if we're short and sellers aren't able to push it down below the point of control, you could potentially get a squeeze into the end of the day and you could ride that. And so I think the thing is, like, when you try to analyze all that data,
too much.
It really becomes hard to be consistent because you're looking at too many things. I think the best traders I know have a simple system. And when you keep it simple and you can repeat it, that's when you're successful, in my opinion. I don't think a lot of traders need to look at options flow. I think a lot of people like doing that. I know people that look at Bookmap and things like that, and they're successful. It's just not for me. It's too much.
Yeah, it's a lot to digest. There's so much information coming at us all at once, right?
Yeah. I think you just need to find, like I said, find your system that's repeatable and stick to it. And if you have simple rules that you can follow and you know what your risk reward is, and if you have a healthy enough risk reward, even if you have a 40% win rate, it's possible to be successful.
Oh, for sure.
If you're making double what you're risking, you can have a 40% win rate and be profitable.
100%.
I mean, a lot of people like to win every trade. It's just not possible, though.
Would be nice, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right? Make a strategy or algorithm or something that you can do every time that you're successful on and win 100%. There's no such thing as perfect. You could chase perfect, though, and I think it's worth chasing. It's just know that you'll probably never get there.
Right. Yeah, there is no perfection in trading, right? So your easy algos, you're helping people provide or helping them to create algos or providing strategies. What's it like? I mean, if I were to join Easy Algos, what am I looking at?
Sure. Well, right now we have a wait list, so there's no We're not admitting anyone right now. I don't want it. I never wanted it to be like a large community. I'm not trying to sit here and just sell an algorithm to 1,000 people.
Right.
My dream with Easy Algos was to start a way for me to test out everything with a community of like-minded people that I could eventually go and start a quant fund with. Like, that's my real dream, is to go create a fund where, we're trading millions, billions. I want to be, the next private hedge fund that people want to put their money in, that they're getting 30% annual returns. That's the real goal. Like, having the community right now, we're allowed to bounce ideas off each other and create algorithms together, and eventually we can scale it up. And that's really, really what I want to do. And I think that's, anybody out there should have big goals. I think even if you get halfway to your big goals, as long as they're really big, you're probably doing something right. And so that's always been my philosophy.
It's a good philosophy. How long is the waiting list?
Well, we just launched, so the waiting list isn't bad. I think I haven't really been marketing either. It's one of those things. So it's just been like friends and family. So I think maybe there's 5 people on it right now. So it's not like anything crazy.
All right. You say you like video games.
Yeah.
What video games do you play?
I've been a long time League of Legends player. I've been playing Starfield recently, and me and my wife play a game called Don't Starve, where we try not to get killed in. It's kind of fun. She's not really huge into video games, but we'll play. That's like a game where you got to go collect resources and gather food, and you get attacked, and the whole goal is just
survive.
Just to survive, yeah. See how long you can survive, and you try to beat your record from the last time you got killed. So it's like, I survived 100 days, and
it's
there's
like trading.
Different seasons. What's that?
It's like trading. Got to survive.
Yeah, see how long you can survive, right?
Yep. You got two babies. You still doing any traveling?
We try to take a trip every year. It's hard, but as they're getting older, it's becoming easier. But our youngest one doesn't love being in the car for a long time, so usually it's in state. We'll go to the Wisconsin Dells, or we'll go up to the Door County, which is above Green Bay. It's
nice.
really pretty up there.
Yeah, it is.
We tried to go down. We went last year down to Gulf Shores in Alabama. That was hard, but we made it work. It was fun. And then we want to go back down to Florida next year again. I really like Florida.
Cool. Well, are you both working from home?
Yeah, my wife works at GE, so she works with the engineers there. And then obviously I do this full time, so I've been working at home for a while now. Actually, my 2-year-old, we babysit at home to save money, and so this office is actually in my living room. And so she's out with my mom right now, so you don't hear her in the background. But usually, we take turns watching her while we're both working, and it works out and works really good.
Nice. Any thought of relocating? I mean, you like Florida. You work from home.
Well, my wife's really big on family. I'm big on family, so we don't want to move too far away from our family, but vacation home sounds nice.
There you go. Sure.
So, it's funny. My wife, I was talking to her about vacation home. She's like, why buy a house and get trapped into one place when we could just go wherever we want when we want? And I was like, that's true. But now you got, now you can rent your house out super easy when you're not there. You hire, a local manager to clean it and stuff, and you can turn it into, you can get vacation homes that you turn into investment properties now.
Sure.
So there's a lot of ways you could do that.
100%. Yeah. Just, buy a condo, put it on Airbnb.
Exactly. My dream has always been to own an island in the Caribbean, but my wife says she'll divorce me if I buy an island.
Why not? Well,
she's like, you don't need an island. And I was like, yeah, but then you could say you own an island.
You own it. Well, we could say that's surviving, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's like, if you just want to get away, where can you get away where no one could get to you? I'll go to your private island, right?
That would be nice. Are there a lot of islands for sale?
I have actually researched this. Yes, there are. You could buy islands in Wisconsin even. Up in the Green Bay, there's a bunch of islands you can buy.
Washington Island up there?
Washington. I don't think you can buy property on Washington.
Buy property on it, right? You can't buy the whole thing, right?
You can't buy the whole thing, no. But there's some pretty big ones out there. No, the Caribbean, you can get an island for $500,000 down in the Caribbean. That's like probably 10 acres. Some of the bigger ones, you're talking up to 80 million for some of the islands down there. So it's a wide range. Then you gotta develop it. So you either want to buy a developed island, otherwise you're probably putting $1 million into developing it, because you can't just have a contractor drive out, right? You got to pay for all the
yeah, that's going to be an expensive upgrade.
So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those dreams I'll probably never reach, but it still drives me and motivates me, and I think that's really what you need, is just something to motivate you day to day, to keep you moving. And hi, kitty, my cat's.
Yeah, you got a cat, I hear.
Yeah, this is Bagheera. He usually sits on my lap, but
you and Dolby.
His brother just died a month ago, so he's been really. Aww. Yeah, we've had him for a long time, but they're from the same litter, and now he gets a little needy when I'm not paying attention to him because he doesn't have his buddy,
Oh, that's sad. It's sad.
Yeah, it's part of life, though, unfortunately.
Pardon? Yeah, it is.
I said it's part of life.
Yes, yeah, it is. It is. My dog, Lacey, thinks she's the center of the universe no matter what. So, that's just how that goes.
My dog is sitting at my feet right now.
Oh, you got a dog too?
Yeah, my kids love pets, and my wife does too. So we got a dog when we moved in here. She's about 7 years old, and I got her a little bed last week that she goes, and now she lays at my feet, and now she's my foot warmer.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of been doing nothing in the market for the last hour, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I caught the one pullback off the high on a short, which I knew wasn't going to be one I was going to fall in love with, but it's starting to come off a little bit now. I don't know. We'll have to see what the market offers for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, I played a short pre-market into open, and then got a couple longs off the open. So the short, unfortunately, came two ticks away from my profit target, and I didn't manually close it because it was an algorithm. And I was like, you just got to trust it. And then all of a sudden we got that moon candle on open. It hit my stop loss. Algorithm detect the unusual volume, and we went long, and I ended up breaking even. So I am up $32 today.
Hey, it's a positive day.
Yeah, I'll take green every day, baby. If it's green, it's good.
It's a good day. It's a good day. Yeah, that first minute opening range that I didn't take because we were in value from Friday. That was the spot right there. That long. But hey, It's okay. We're both up. We're both having a good day. We're doing well, and it's been really nice having the chance to talk to you. I've never really thought about trying to automate anything, but you got me thinking about it now.
I've actually, I'm currently working on trying to automate auction theory. So I have a prototype that it's okay. I got to add a lot of rules to it, but that's my dream, is to automate some of the stuff that I know guys have been successful with. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Just make it work. Whatever else is working, right?
It's a better mousetrap.
Yeah. You don't need to make a better mousetrap if it already works.
Right. There you go. There you go. How long have you been with Topstep? How long have you been trading here?
So that was actually one of the reasons I got into futures originally. I always kind of scared me with the, how much money you needed. And then I was like, oh, shoot, that was one of the reasons I dabbled in the Forex originally. And I saw the prop firms with that. My buddy's like, why don't you just use Topstep? And I was like, what's Topstep? They're like, oh, they're located out of Chicago. They trade futures. And I was like, oh, yeah, let me check this out. So I've been with Topstep about a year. I've recommended it to everyone. I'd like to say I'm one of your biggest supporters in terms of how many people I've recommended it to. And we recommend it to all of our communities. And we've had a lot of success. I think I could probably tell you, I want to say we have 100 people we've got helped get funded.
Nice.
Through Topstep. So they maintain, they get payouts. We have some people that are cash funded. All of my staff are funded and trade cash accounts with you guys. So
nice.
That's pretty exciting. And, they trade futures with Topstep on live every day. So
Well, that's great. That's wonderful. Keep bringing them in, man. We're looking for good traders.
It's one of those things where if you don't want to risk your own money and you know what you're doing, I highly recommend it. So for me, it helps the peace of mind, I think, is the biggest thing. People get emotional, and using Topstep, you can trade your system without having the emotions come in as much, because when it's your actual money and you see yourself down $1,000, that can cause you to do things you wouldn't normally do.
Oh, yes.
So
yes.
I'm sure you've been there.
Oh, yeah. I've made every mistake a million times. And, I probably still make mistakes, but I just view them as opportunities to learn. There's no destination to your trading career. I mean, you're going to be learning until the day you stop.
Exactly. And, I think taking what the market gives you instead of trying to force what you want the market to give you is one of the things you need to learn right away too. I used to try to say I want to make $1,000 a day, and so I try to go for that every day, and that's not how the market works, unfortunately.
I did that too for a while. I was trying to make 40 ticks in the S&P pit. That's $1,000, and I'd get up to 38 or 39 ticks, and just trying to get that last couple of ticks, you'd have a loss, and then another loss, and then another loss, and before you know it, you're down money.
Yeah, I think making sure you raise your stops up also helps with that too.
Yeah, and there's no finite in futures trading. If you're trying to make 40 ticks, be happy with 38.
That's a big move. You should absolutely be happy with that.
100%. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for being part of the community, Thomas. You're looking forward to seeing continued success for you and all of your people, and we really appreciate you coming out today, man. I get to Madison once in a while. I may knock on your door one of these days.
Absolutely. Maybe we can go watch the Badgers beat Ohio State or something.
There you go. That
didn't happen this year, but yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on. Keep doing what you guys are doing. You're really helping people out there.
Thank you, Thomas. And we'll look forward to catching you later, man. Trade well, and come back and see us again.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Monday, so let's get this week started. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Bonnie today. Bonnie, how was the weekend?
The weekend was great. I had a Friendsgiving and went to a concert. It was nice.
No, that sounds awesome. Now, it was good. I just from Amazon got a bunch of these lint rollers, which we have a pug here, and if I wear this black fleece, I just get covered in that fur. Also, you can probably see it on my mic sometimes too. This might not be the best thing to do right now, but I'm just going to do it real quick. My apologies for that. Top quiz, 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will be entered into a random drawing for resets. Today, we'll be giving away 20. Now, I'm still waiting on a new code. Hopefully, I'll have it by the end of today. But if I don't announce the winners during group coaching, that's the reason why. But you all get emailed. Good fun. So remember to answer it on your device. You all know how to sign in already. You click that link that's pinned in the YouTube. Yeah, that's about what it is. So, Bonnie, you still hold the record with 3 out of 4 right. We're still waiting for that elusive perfect score.
Hopefully today's the day.
One of these days we'll do something special the day that a guest gets 4 out of 4 right. We will not overlook that. All right, give you a few more moments to get in here. Standing on bid, Gumby, Maywell, Doyne, Nalistar, Tickalicious. No, the Friday winners, I don't have a code to send you yet. So the 31 winners from Friday, you could still be one of those winners. You'll know when you get an email. All right. We have a few more seconds. Not Ted Nugent. That's good to know. Probably 7 billion people out there are not Ted Nugent. All right.
I just saw it named Bonnie's mom.
People.
My mom is actually visiting me next month from Taiwan.
So. Oh, nice. Nice. How long's it been?
I think it's been 8-9 months since I last saw her. So.
Oh, cool. Well, hope you guys have a good time.
I know. I'm excited.
All right. Well, with that, I am going to start this. Are you ready?
Yes.
The real Slim Shady is here. 3, 2, 1, begin. All right. This is what it's all about. Monday, November 20th. First question. During opening call, Hogue mentioned CTAs buying into the market. What does CTA stand for? Is it Chicago Transit Authority, Chart Technical Analysts, Commodity Trading Advisor, or Crude Traders Association?
I was going to say Chicago Transit Authority, but...
That is a CTA. I'm talking about in trading.
Commodities Trading Advisor.
You are correct, Bonnie. 1 for 1.
Yay.
Good on you. And if I made commodity plural, I hope you still got it. Yes, the Chicago Transit Association, the CTA, is known to move markets quite a bit, but that was not the answer to this question. Okay, to the bragging board. We've got Apollo Newitt, Mertram, Ray, LMAO, CL Trader, and Let's Go ES. You ready for question 2, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Which of these indicators gives more weight to recent data? Is it a simple moving average, Bollinger Bands, the volume profile, or exponential moving average?
I'm going to go with my favorite color, blue.
Oh, unfortunately, it was not today. Exponential moving average counts data more recently or observations higher than the simple moving average, which is also in there. All right. Let's see who's on top. My man, Ray, Caprice, Apollo, and Apollo sucks. That's okay. All right. Third question. 1 for 2. Microsoft, which invested $13 billion in OpenAI, learned that OpenAI had fired their CEO how long before the public? Was it 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, or they learned it at the same time as the public?
Would it be 1 hour?
I mean, it would be super nice if they learned 1 hour before, but it was actually 1 minute. This was the cluster F, and all cluster Fs. So we mentioned that this morning. That's a fair question. Caprice, Birch, Red, Wasabi, and Light Edge 78. All right, we got one more question left. I love how the game's already started, so the game pin won't be necessary. Also, there's always someone who says terrible questions. WTF? I mean, I can only get better each day. I'm just as God made me, sir. Okay, last question. Let's see what we got here. This week, a Boeing 787 became the largest plane ever to land where? An aircraft carrier, a public road, Antarctica, or Hawaii?
Aircraft carrier?
Aircraft carrier. Well, it is a little big for that. It was the largest plane to land in Antarctica, as a matter of fact. Landed and took off, which is just as important. So that's some news for you. So go to the bragging board here. Remember, if you got 3 or 4 right, let me take a sip of my Diet Coke for my McDonald's breakfast. Keeping it healthy here.
What did you get from McDonald's?
I think I haven't eaten it yet, actually. My wife, when she drops off her son at daycare on Mondays, gets McDonald's. It's sort of like a pick-me-up because Mondays kind of suck otherwise. So I think it's going to be an Egg McMuffin meal. Excited to find that out.
Nice.
All right. So if you got 3 or 4, you're in the random drawing for 20 resets. This is just the bragging board at the end here for who scored the most points. But remember, that doesn't mean you won. Mert. Silver goes to Nitish. And the winner today, Underdog. Well, good to see the Underdog coming out on top. All right, Bonnie, thanks so much for playing today. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, and stick around for group coaching. After the break here, Hoag's going to be doing his thing. You'll definitely want to see that. Oh, and guess what? Trades by Matt is in tomorrow for Fast Markets with us. So he'll be there Tuesday and every Tuesday going forward. So we enjoy having Matt on. Can't wait to see him do his thing. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to Top Step's group coaching session. I like to call it Let's Crush 2023. Glad everybody's here. I do have one emailed in question from our good friend Fred Decker, who always sends in very good questions. And there's a lot to unpack in this question. It's going to be, I think, kind of cool to see the question which came in on Thursday and how the market has responded to some of the questions and some of the things we've been talking about ever since. My name is John Hoagland. I'm the senior performance coach here at Topstep. In more than 40 years industry experience, 31 years as an active trader. I did trade on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years. And I migrated to screen trading, like everybody has had to, in 2009. And since 2011, I've been here at Topstep, hopefully helping improve the performance of traders from all over the world. It's always been one of my favorite times is the group coaching session that we have here. And we'll take a look and see what we've got. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It reminds us that there's considerable risk in trading futures. These are leveraged products. Therefore, you do run the risk of losing more than your initial investment. We should only be using risk capital, which to me is money that I can afford to lose to trade with. We are not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security during this session. Remember, this is for educational purposes only. Now, we've got the questions here. I'm going to put up the charts just so we have something else to look at here while we're talking about the questions. We've got some continuation going on here in the S&Ps. And a lot of what is happening today has a lot to do with Fred's question. Now, Fred's question is basically based on the high here on the 15th of November. Now, this was a CPI number or PPI number. I forget which one it was, a PPI number. We put in a recent high in the overnight session. This is the 730 bar. So this bar occurred before the regular trading hour session. Now, those of you that have been around for a while, maybe have watched some of the market prep videos. This is something that I'm always keeping an eye out for, and we've talked about since this high was put in here on the 15th. That's Wednesday, the 15th. We put in a recent high in the overnight session. The market has a tendency not to let that stay for very long. The market is usually, and I say usually, there's probably some sort of distinct probability that says the market is probably going to take out the overnight recent high in the regular trading hour session at some point in the future. Fred also points out the fact that the regular trading hour session, I put this circle on here at the end of the day here, because this is kind of a poor high. A poor high doesn't show signs of excess. It shows signs that price was able to get back up there 2 times in the trading session. 2 30-minute periods came up to the exact same level. This is not excess. This is a weak high. Now, what did the market do after it put in that weak high? It continued to push lower. The market, sometimes when we have a weak high in the daytime frame, is too long to continue, and all of those longs can then kind of take the market down. All right, well, settlement was here on that day, so we ran out of buyers up here. We also left the recent high in the overnight session. We left a weak high in the regular trading hour session. What this market is, I believe, and has proven to be true so far today, is that the market was not finished on its upside auction. It may be finished on the daytime frame auction with this weak high up here, but it wasn't necessarily finished in the longer time frame. The market comes off. We ranged the following day. The next day, we put in a weak high in the overnight session. So now we've got three kind of nuances that say this auction process to the upside is probably not over. This is weak structure above price. The overnight high, recent high, okay, we can look at this and say, yeah, that's a recent high, all right. Last time we were up here was back in September. The market broke. It came all the way back up to this level, and a recent high was put in the overnight session. We have a weak high in the following daytime frame session. We have a weak high the day after. 2 days after that, we put in a weak high in the overnight session. So that high, the weak high, the market is not giving us excess on the highs. You most certainly could say that this was excess in the extended trading hour realm, right? Here, let's take a look. Where are we here? Where are we? Let me scale this. So here was Tuesday's big CPI day. Wednesday, excess on the high on the daily chart. But looking closer, the market was not finishing upside auctions. For an auction to die, it has to die in excess. We don't have excess. We have a weak high. We have a recent high that happened in the overnight session. So what Fred is asking in this question is the implications of an auction high made in the overnight market seemed profound to him. Yes, it was profound. So now, then he noticed, I think he sent in another email. This is a part of an email chain that he noticed the weak high in the regular trading hour session too. What the market is saying is there is a probability of continuation to the upside as the market, again, overnight high, recent high in the overnight session, market doesn't like that. Weak high in the following that in the day session, a weak high in the overnight session. Look what the market is doing. It is continuing to push higher. Ever since we put in this high here on last Wednesday, I've been saying market doesn't like that. Market's not going to let that stay for very long. Now we're seeing the results of that. So, Fred, your question and what you were saying in your statements in here, these were really important things to notice in the profiles, in the market profiles. We're seeing them on the 30-minute chart, right? We can look at those on the profiles because the market is not finishing upside auctions in the daytime frame, in the overnight session. We put in the high in the overnight session. Market doesn't like that. We took it out today. We're still seeing this market continue to push to the upside. Okay. So we don't know how far this is going to go. I took one trade today, which was contrary. I kind of got this pullback, didn't fall in love with it because of that reason. The weak highs and the overnight recent high kept me from falling in love and thinking that I had picked the high in this trade. Made a couple $300 on it, and now we're just kind of watching. What my mistake, if you want to call it one, was today is the fact that we opened in range and in value from Friday kept me from doing the opening range trade, which I kind of said I was going to do just about every day. Today I didn't do it, and it ended up being the best trade location of the day so far. So had I taken that, and we had taken out the last week's high, and we had taken out these auctions, the market continuing to push to the upside, I don't know if I would still be in that trade at this time. Probably maybe would have gotten out here. This pullback was, something that I looked for the short, took the short. I should have taken the long because look where it is now. But the whole point being is last week's high was put in the overnight session. It's a recent high. It was put in the overnight session. It was going to get taken out. It got taken out today. All right. As far as targets are concerned, we have naked points of control from way back in September. This is one of them. 45.54, we just traded to that one. 45.62, we have another naked point of control that is certainly able to be targeted today. Then we've got a swing high and weekly kickoff high above that. So there's lots of space above for this market to continue this move to the upside. I'm not thinking about shorts, even though I took a short today, and typically that's going to be, something that I'm probably not going to do when the opening range is the low of the session, because quite often when the opening range is the low of the session, it can end up being a trend day to the upside, and the opposite when the opening range is at the high of the session. I'm usually going to be looking for shorts in that regard. So, we didn't catch in any of this up move. We got the pullback, which is fine. That's good. But at least we had the presence of mind not to fall in love with this short. We took the profit, and then we're kind of watching and doing other things now. But so a lot of the things that we do here on Topstep TV is a little distracting, and it keeps me from certainly over trading, and I hope it keeps you from over trading as well. But Fred, there's your answer. There's your question. Your statements were correct. Jim Dalton does say that auction highs made outside of regular trading hours are unlikely to be lasting. Today, we see the result of that. And there were other, again, nuances that said this market is not finishing upside auctions. No excess, overnight high. Here we go. We got our continuation. It's pretty hard to buy it up here, isn't it? But it's probably what we should be thinking about doing. I don't think I'm going to be picking a top. Maybe if we get up to weekly kickoff high, I could look for a short up there, because that's an important inflection level. But that's an important level that we think longer time frame traders might want to adjust inventories. Okay. So, Fred, thank you very much for the question. I'm going to go probably from the bottom up. Oh, you know what? I wanted to show the profiles for this situation. So these here, let me show the other profiles that have the overnight on them. So this has the overnight. So this is the overnight on the 15th. That's that high that happened in the overnight. Here's the following day's profile. This is also the 15th, overnight, regular trading hours. The market does not finish the upside auction. Okay, pull back, excess low, no excess high. Still haven't taken out the overnight recent high. Unfinished. Market tries to push lower, excess low. Overnight. Today, opening range, low of the session. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Should have taken that opening range trade. But because we were in range and in value, I was relatively confident we'd get better trade location at some point during the day. Unfortunately, that was wrong. Okay, so that's what it looks like on the profiles. Now, this platform, this is overnight. This is regular trading hours, overnight, regular trading hours, overnight, regular trading hours. When I'm looking at the overnight trading hours, I'm usually not going to be focusing on anything other than really the points of control, which overnight point of control, the low of the session, the high and the low. So we could have probably looked at the overnight high and the fact that the market really did not want to come back inside the overnight low as another opportunity for a potential long. That's where I got on my short, right there. Right about there. So I got a little bite of it, which is fine. That's all I'm here to do, is get my little bite out of the middle. As Dad said, hogs and pigs get slaughtered. Just try and get your bite out of the middle. You don't want to be a piggish, if you will. All right, so I'm going to kind of go up here and can read through some of the questions that we've got here. Sifu, if you have questions, you can email them to. I'm going to put the email in here. It's group coaching at topstep.com. Any questions that you have for group coaching, particularly, I think with me, you can email to that email, and I will look at them. It gives me a chance to kind of think through what my answers are going to be. And nobody knows everything, ladies and gentlemen. I certainly don't. I've been at this a long time. I know what I know, and there's so much more that I still need to know. This is, as I talked to Thomas about, there's no destination to trading. There's no I'm here until the last day you take a trade. That's it. Because there's always more to know, always more to learn. And, that's one of the things that I love about doing these group sessions, is because it gives me a chance to kind of look at some of the questions. If you email them in, learn something about them if I don't know. But I'm certainly not going to just cheese my way through it and try and make something up if I don't know it. I'm going to tell you. All right. Ken, if I deactivate an account, would I be charged $49 to reactivate it? Well, if you cancel an account, you'll just end up having to buy a new account. Yeah, Command seems to have a good answer for that. Depends on what day you reopen your account. If you reopen it before your monthly payment is due, then it's okay. Otherwise, you'd have to open a new account. Thank you, Command. All right. Last Friday's winners, I think, they're still waiting for the code. Some trouble creating the code, so I think Jack said you're going to get your emails today.
Yeah, hopefully, if we have the code, I will. Towards the end, I'm picking the winners right now. I will show who won Friday and today. Okay, cool. So yeah, you'll know who won. You'll know you won, and then you'll get the emails for your code. Financial Cloud. Hey, my pleasure. I'm glad you had fun. I know I enjoyed the conversation and getting to know you a little bit, and looking forward to getting to know you better. Andy, my pleasure. I'm glad that I hope that you were able to profit from it even more than me. Okay. Bob Williams is asking about the opening range trade. Not sure I understand the setup you look for. So I'm going to use the profiles here to show you what the opening range trade is. Some folks look at a longer term opening range, like 5 minutes, even 15 minutes, even like the first hour as an opening range. To me, the opening range is the first minute of trade. And you can see today, this gold bar here represents the range for the first minute. Well, if we let the first minute expire and we put a stop in to go long above the opening range and a short and a stop to go short below the opening range, we would end up long probably right here at 72.75. We'd have to move our stop a little bit further away from the low of the opening range. So we'd be risking, let's call it 72.75 to 72. Let's go 42. So we'd be risking 5 points to stay in this opening range trade, which at this point has been profitable. Well, I mean, at the current high, we could probably be looking at 28 points
of potential risk if we held it that long. So for 5 points of risk, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 6 times, almost 6 times the risk to have a trade of this magnitude. You got to be able to stay in them. Now, let's look back and see how often it works or it doesn't work. And the opening range trade is a little bit streaky because a lot of people look at it, and the more people that look at it, the less likely it is to be successful to a degree. Now, this was Friday. Initially, the opening range was the high of the session. We could have gotten maybe 2-to-1 reward over risk if we got out at the very low. Thursday, kind of a similar situation. The market opened, left the opening range at the low of the day. We could have gotten 2-to-1 reward over risk on this, but we would have had to have taken the trade. The market did end up taking out the low of the opening range on Thursday, and on Friday it took out the high of the opening range. Wednesday, the market opened. The initial balance, well, A period traded both sides of the opening range. This is kind of something that might tell us that the day is going to be somewhat range bound. So when we get the opening range in the middle of the initial balance, well, it certainly proved to be that way. We put in our weak high here, and we ended up rotating basically right in value the better part of the day, and then we finished the day down here. What about this day? Opening range. Now, this was an opening range trade I took. The market looked above the opening range. I was long here at 44.91 even. And when I do that, when I get filled, I got to move my stop a little bit further away from the low of the opening range. And for this reason, more people that are watching the opening range, the more people are going to take it. Their stops are 1 tick below the opening range. When a lot of people take that opening range trade, the algos that are reading order flow see that a whole bunch of onesie, twosie traders bought above that first minute. They know that their stops are right below it. So they're going to try and flash orders. They'll pull all their bids. They'll put bids down here so that when you get your stops hit, they assume those positions in better trade location, and they're the ones that get to take the ride to the upside. When we got into this, I moved my stop 5-6 ticks outside of the opening range. I actually thought I got stopped out because we were watching the NASDAQ, but I ended up being able to stay in, and I took a pretty decent profit on that opening range trade. Here's another one. Opening range, maybe 2-to-1, 1.5-to-1 maybe we were able to get, but it took out the high and then continued to move to the upside. Another opening range that didn't play. Opening range plays to the downside. Opening range didn't play. Opening range didn't play. Opening range played. Big opening range. This would have been a risky one. Was it worth it? You could have gotten 2-to-1 on it. What about this one? Boom, opening range, dead ass low. I think we took this one, made some money. Market came back 2-3 times after the first half hour and gave us another opportunity to look for a long against this opening range and then resolved higher. Opening range, dead ass low, 44-point range. You could, if you got out up here near the high, you'd have had to wait and take that trade and sit in it all day. But you would have been able to get out at the best possible price at the end of the day. You could have taken probably 38, 39 points while risking 96.5. Let's call it 4 points. 4 points of risk for 38 points of potential profit by the end of the day. That's good reward over risk. What about this one? No, had to close that gap. Missed it by a 1 tick. What about this one? Initially, the opening range is the high of the session, gives us an opportunity for 2-to-1 reward, then takes out the high. What about this one? This one. Here's another one. Had to take out those stops up there. and then resolves much lower. So you'll be able to kind of keep track if you mark those opening ranges on your charts, and you go back and you say, well, here's one, and one that kind of worked early in the session, another one that kind of worked early in the session. No, yeah, well, kind of, but that was one I held in because I had my stop far enough away. Initially, the initial balance, the opening range is one extreme of the initial balance. No, one extreme of the initial balance. This one was a good one. This one was a good one. And you're going to have periods of time when the opening range trade will not be fruitful for days. And then you're going to have periods of time, and I think it's a lot of it is market state. You're going to have periods of time when the opening range trade is going to pay you day after day. It's all just a probability. Now, the rules that I kind of look at are, is the market opening in range and in value like it did today? The opening range trade is still paying as we speak, but I didn't take it because, again, the market opened inside range and value. There's Friday's value. We opened inside of it. Very little change in perception of value. Buyers did take over and are still in control on this big move to the upside. Okay. But typically, this was a day where the market opened outside of value from the previous session. Here, let's look at it on this one that does not include the overnight session. So here's one. This one was one that I caught because I had my stop far enough away, but the market was already out of balance. Okay, the market was outside of the previous day's range, outside of balance. You're looking for continuation. Today, inside value, and we're finding continuation. Here's there's this one that kind of opens outside of value. This would probably be one I would be looking to take in either direction. We don't know where our market's going to go, and it offers us a little bit of risk for all this reward, for sure. Here's one. Market opened outside of the previous range and value. The opening range is the low of the day, and the market pushes higher. Another one opens outside of the previous range and value, opens, looks higher. Opens outside of range and value, goes to close the gap, can't fill the gap by one tick, and then it resolves higher. So that opening range trade is something that's streaky, something that I'm always kind of peaked about, because if the opening range is the high of the session and the price moves lower, it's the best trade location of the day. If the opening range remains the low of the regular trading hour session and the market continues to push higher, it's the best trade location of the day. So you always got to be looking for that, right? So Bob, I hope that kind of shows up the opening range trade. Now, what's the opening range? In the pit, the opening range was, however, the range and time it took for all of the brokers to fill all the orders that were due fills right on the open. If it wasn't a busy day, the opening range could be 3 ticks and take 30 seconds. If it was a busy day, the opening range could be several handles, several points of price range, and take 5 minutes to finish. The exchange would then poll the brokers. They'd go around the pit and say, we think the opening range should be from here to here. If a broker traded, filled an order that was due on the open outside of that range, they could say, no, I need the opening range to go up to this level because I filled an order there. So once everybody agreed around the pit on what the opening range should be, that's when the exchange would post the opening range for the public to know. Electronic trading, if there is something that if somebody wants to get done on the open. I think it's much easier for them to get things done on the open because of electronic trading. You didn't have to scream and holler and jump around and try and get trades and get your orders filled and, drive price to get those orders filled. I think it's an easier execution for somebody that wants to get something done right on the open to get it done. So I think for me, 1 minute is long enough. I know people that look at a 5-minute opening range. There are people that look at a 15-minute opening range. Now, remember, the opening range is not the same as the initial balance. The initial balance is the first hour, unless the initial balance is currently being extended at that hour. Then you can expand the initial balance a little bit for that. But for the most time, in most cases, we're looking at the initial balance being 1 hour. And, there's something about the initial balance that you want to know about as well. One. Oh, this is the extended trading hours. My bad. Hang on. So the initial balance, one extreme of the initial balance is one extreme of the daytime frame session. Approximately 65 to 75% of the time, initial balance is the low. No. Initial balance is the high. No. So right now we're at 50%. Initial balance is the low. So that's 3 out of 5. Initial balance is the low. 4 out of 6. No. Initial balance 4 out of 6. 4 out of 7, 4 out of 5 out of 8, 6 out of 9, 7 out of 10. So in just the first 10 trading days, we're at 70%. One extreme of the initial balance remains the extreme of the entire session. 7 out of 10, 8 out of 11, 9 out of 12, 10 out of 13, 11 out of 14. I think I'm still right there. 12 out of 15, 12 out of 16, 12 out of 17, 13 out of 18, 14 out of 19. So it's somewhere between 65 and 75% of the time. One extreme of the initial balance is one extreme of the day. If you can figure out which extreme of the initial balance while it's in play, you're sitting pretty. You're sitting pretty. So, Ken, thanks for the question. I think that was Ken, right? Bob, I'm sorry. Bob, thanks for the question. Opening range is first 30-minute candle. No, it is not. You were just going through that. Hopefully you got that explanation. How do we determine the opening range? It's the first minute. It is the first minute. Now, again, other people have different parameters for what they call the opening range. I know PAX looks at a 5-minute opening range. To me, it just kind of expands your risk. I think there's probably times when it's a good thing that he looks at 5 minutes, and probably sometimes where it's not a good thing. I mean, there's never any, absolutes of what's right or what's wrong. Ismail, good, up $1,000 for the day, done for the day. Good luck. Weekly kickoff high. The weekly, you didn't get the email this week, Daryl. Check your spam folder. Maybe it ended up in your spam folder or something like that. But weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps is 45.67. That's what you're looking for. In the NASDAQ, 16,082. Look where we have gotten pretty close to. 16,082 is weekly kickoff high. Gold, 2,000. weekly kickoff high, and crude oil 79.10 is a weekly kickoff high. But definitely check your spam folder for that. So what do I use to see is dead ass low a technical term? Yes. Yes, it is. Especially if you were a filling broker and you sold the low, they said, nice, you sold the dead ass low. And it is kind of an industry term, if you will. So let me get back to where I'm at here. Okay. The tool that I use for market profile isn't necessarily available on the Topstep in this Topstep program. It's T4. It's the platform that I learned to electronic trading on. So I'm kind of partial to it, and I like the profiles on it. But you can get TPO profiles on Trade-Evade. I know that there are some folks asking if we can do a standalone video on how to get the TPO charts on Trade-Evade, and we can certainly do that. But I'm going to show you a little bit here. If you are on Trade-Evade, you're going to be able to get TPO profiles. What you want to do is you're going to want to go to chart, not legacy chart. Legacy charts don't have the TPOs on them. Open a chart. Let's see if this is one of them. No. Open a chart. Let me see if I can find one here. No, I like the legacy charts for the candlesticks. All right, so here's what it looks like when you open the chart. Not legacy chart. You're going to probably have something that looks like this. It's probably going to default to candlesticks, but you go to chart type and go to TPO. Now it's not going to look like this. Okay. You're going to have to make some adjustments to it in the back end. So once you have the TPO charts, go to configure chart elements, the little gear wheel right here, and click on the contract. Now you're going to be able to adjust the back end of your profiles. If you want regular trading hour profiles, do it in your time zone, in Central Time Zone. The mini S&Ps open at 8:30. If you're in New York, it's 9:30. If you're in the mountains, it's 7:30. If you're in California, it's 6:30 in the morning when the equities open. So you want the open time and the close time. Close time is of course in military numbers. So you got 8:30 to 3:15. All right. Well, we also want to look at the tick size, the box size, 1 tick per box. Letters, yeah, if you want the letters, great. And I would unclick the auto scaling. That makes me crazy. If you want to be able to see the profiles through time using the colors, you're going to have to click on A and pick the color. Click on B and pick the color. Click on C and pick the color. Pick all the colors till you get out to N if you're just doing regular trading hours in the S&Ps. You may want to do it for all of it if you're going to add another session to it. Just hit apply and save. Oh, you're going to want to kind of move your value area percentages to 70. That's what I always put them on. You want to show the points of control. You want them extended. The TPO point of control is very difficult to see on either the light background or the dark background. It's really not that visible. I'll show you that in a second, but you want to make sure that you make it as visible as possible. So if you're on the the white background. You want to just pick the darkest color for it. And then you certainly want the volume profile enabled, point of control, yes, extend, yes, value area 70%. And then you can just hit apply and save, and you're going to end up with profiles that look like this. This gray line right here is the TPO point of control. It's difficult to see. This is the volume point of control. They make it much easier to see the volume point of control. Okay, this is the half back. Okay, now if you wanted to add, let's say, the overnight to this chart, I can add a session. I can go 1500. That's I'm sorry, 1700. That's 5 o'clock at night to 8:30 in the morning. 8:30, apply and save. There's your overnight. Here's your regular trading hours. Regular trading hours, overnight, regular trading hours, overnight. Quite simple. Quite simple. It's actually a good platform. I do like the TPO charts on Tradeovate. So I'm going to delete the overnight session. So I don't want it on my chart anymore. I'm just going to delete it, apply, save, regular trading hour session only. Okay? So if you are using Tradeovate, you have the TPO charts available to you. If you don't, if you're using NinjaTrader, there's add-ons that you can purchase. I think the most recent NinjaTrader, from what I'm hearing, has market profile on it. I don't know for sure, but here's a link to FinAlg. And I've seen people, sign up for that. I think they'll give you like a 1-week trial on FinAlg, and then you're going to have to buy it. But it's not a subscription; it's a one-time buyout. They have virtually no support, from what I'm hearing, but you can get access to the profiles if you work at it. You can always do what we did in the pit, grab a pencil and a piece of paper and draw the profiles out on our own. So, Robert, you've been having trouble getting the TPO settings right on Quantower. I'm not sure how to run Quantower. Ninja 8, it's tricky to build lots of YouTube videos on how to do it. Thank you, Plutarch. On Ninja 8, I guess it is there, but it's tricky to build. Joe Drinnan, my friend, it is good to see you. What variables will increase odds in the opening range? If the market opens in range and in value, I think it lowers the odds of the opening range playing out. But everything again is situational, right? We were really range bound for the last 3 days. The profile from Friday was kind of a normal variation, neutral day. The market did a good job of facilitating trade there already and might go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. One of the things is if we get a series of, let's say, 8 out of 10 trading days that the opening range actually is one extreme or the other, I think once traders notice it, Joe, they're going to all try and pile onto it, and that's going to wreck it for a little while. As soon as they lose money on it a few days, they'll abandon it, and then I think it becomes more viable when everybody abandons it. I haven't gone deep into the data surrounding, where is the greater probability? It seems to just be really streaky, and because of the fact that I think a lot of traders are aware of it, they look at it, and if they take it, for a couple of days and it works, they're going to do it the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. And the more of them that do that, the more likely it is to peep out the other side, like the one that happened last week. I had my stop just far enough outside those stops, and I was able to stay in that trade. But I think, generally speaking, we're going to probably find better trade locations as the day goes on, if the market opens inside range and inside of value. Didn't work that way today, by no means. We've found buyers that have still unrelented to the upside here this morning so far in the S&Ps, the NASDAQ. All right. Trading View has 70% sale. You get TPO. All right. I guess they do have TPO on Trading View. We'll have to check that out. Oh, if you're a lifetime license holder in NTA, you get the profiles. Okay. It's not just out there for everybody. Still looking for questions here. So your main focus is on the session Central Standard Time, 8:30 to 3, and not able to get that in Quant Tower. I know that Sierra Charts also, I believe, has market profile or TPO charts on it. Quant Tower has TPO2 now, according to your words. Find out. So, okay, good. Yeah, James, there are people that are, kind of looking for pre-market breakouts. Looking at the NASDAQ. Yeah. So it is certainly kind of shaping up to be a double distribution trend day, if not just a regular trend day. I mean, we're only 5 wide here. I mean, this is a pretty good trend. But if we do end up kind of spending the rest of the day ranging up here with the single TPOs, that's exactly what this day will look like. It'll be a double distribution trend day. It's a trend day regardless. Of course, we got to see how the day kind of finishes up, but right now it's either a trend day or a double distribution trend day. ATAS had it. I did not know that. Yeah, I guess YouTube is the place to go to find out how to do this on Quant Tower. ATAS had it. Anissa, good to see you. On the composite TPO, might get a repair on ES. Well, Anissa, I don't want to put the whole composite profile together in the ES. Maybe if we look at this, see if I get enough data. There we go. So I think Anissa is kind of looking at this. Distribution of time and volume. And distribution of time and volume. And this hold here in the middle, Anissa is talking about potential repair, which it certainly seems, seems highly probable once price gets down to that level. We were kind of looking at 4,500 as the bottom of this area of balance. We're currently breaking out the top of it, so I'm not really concerned so much about repairing this. but it does present itself as weak structure. We know we have this gap here. We know we have the point of control. We have several points of control that remain unchecked down below us. Okay. Good question, Anissa. It's good to see you again. Hey, what's up, my brother Rick? It's good to see you, buddy. All right. There was a question I missed here. So, Hogue, if the point of control of the TPO is where we spent most of the time, why is my PC, my point of control, way up at the top when we have 5 wide lower, and my point of control is where there's 3 wide? The volume point of control makes sense, but not in TPO. Well, I'm not sure what platform you're looking at, but this is, so on the S&Ps, this is 5 wide. This is the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. So this is the TPO point of control. Chris, what market are you looking at? Crude, Trade of 8. Okay, cool. All right. TPO. Still in D's. Roll forward. January. So this is from 8 to 1:30. Okay, we've got 4 wide here. We're 5 wide here. So this looks correct. Here it is on another platform. Yeah, this is showing as correct. We're 5 wide here. We're 4 wide here. Bobby, yeah. Make sure you ask. Make sure you ask tomorrow when we're on with Matt. For trying to remind me, and I can ask him. Roy's asking what you want me to buy you for Christmas. Randolph. Buy him a bottle of vodka, maybe. Is there a poor high in the NASDAQ? TPO? All right. Not currently, but it's not a strong high. I mean, this TPO chart is 4 tick TPOs because the NASDAQ is so whippy that way. Probably be easier to see here. So there's our current high. Yeah, right now it is not a strong high. Right now. We'll see if we can continue this move to the upside. All right. Hey, I got good news, folks. Jack has the winner reveals for the top quiz. If you're ready to see those, let's see it.
That I do. So these are the winners from Friday and also from Monday. So, James, if we can throw up Friday first here. 31 names. Not going to read all of them. But is one of them you, Hoagie?
No. Oh, yeah.
Do you want
Yeah,
to
that's
reset?
I can't believe that. Yeah, that was me. Sorry, I forgot. I did put in Hoagie there.
No, all good. All good. All good. So I'll just give away an extra one tomorrow, unless you're going to use it. And then if you want to go to Mondays, which is today,
All right.
there you go.
And the winners.
Yeah, and so I'm still waiting. We have this new process for codes that I am navigating right now. I'm just waiting for that. We'll get you the email relatively soon. No need to reach out if you're a winner. It'll come when it comes. But congrats to those who won.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. All right.
Getting off the day, just the two of us.
Yeah, right. Right. All right. So I guess that's about it for group coaching. It's been a fun, interesting day. Hopefully you've been profitable. Jack, did you have a good day?
I had a phenomenal day for a Monday.
Excellent. Did you get to eat your breakfast yet?
I'm saving it. I have a toaster oven that is good for reheating things like that. And after we're done with the stream, I'm going to go and get busy.
All right. All right. Well, we're almost done.
I think so. Well, I'll let you bring it home, Hogue.
All right. Thanks, Jack. And thanks to all of you. As always, thanks for joining us. We enjoy very much being here with everybody. And, be kind to yourselves. We work hard at this. Be kind to each other. Make sure you continue to pray for peace. This is a dad wisdom. Dad was always full of these. And this was one of his favorites. When the market's going with you, you'll never have enough on. But if the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. I know my brother Rick remembers this. Great to see everybody. Great to see you, Rick, Fred, everybody. Thank you again very much for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the opening call. Other than that, stay clean, stay positive, trade well. And I will say one more time, please remember to pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. Bless you all.